Good evening. Let's bring this meeting to order, please. Welcome to the Scio Township Board of Trustees meeting and March 11th, 2025. Let's see. We'll call this meeting to order at 7:01. Clerk Flintoff, roll call, please.
Carrie,
Present.
Gapel,
Present.
Flintoff, present, Grant,
Here.
Monk, absent, Noel,
Here.
Riser, absent. We have quorum. Also present is Township Attorney Jim Fink and Office Coordinator Christy Aiken.
On to adoption of the agenda. I know. Oh, I'm sorry. See ya.
It relates to the agenda. I would like to move to table many hands. We just received the requested changes to our motion yesterday from the applicant. We have not had sufficient time to review them, discuss them, and confer with our council. So I'm moving to table it either to the next meeting. The next meeting is fine with me.
Is there support?
Support.
So motion by Noel, support by Gapel to a motion to table. Motion to table K1 until March 21st, March 25th.
Is that right?
That's fine.
Let's do a roll call vote, please. Oh, sure.
Yeah, I just want to say I'm supportive of it. I just want to suggest, I really want, us to try to get to yes with conditions on this. And so would maybe suggest, I don't know, the right group of people, maybe Kathleen, Kathy, the township attorney, planner, all get together, take some time with the applicant.
I'm out of town the 25th and I thought we were gonna work it out tonight.
Generally, at board meetings, it would be a board discussion. And the board is requesting to table this so we can work these issues out or request out later. So
When
that
have you gone on vacation, Carrie?
I'm in New York the 25th visiting a community in New York. And I felt like we were so close that it can be worked out tonight.
How long are you gone when you're in New York?
Oh, I'm just gone for 2 days, but it's on the 25th.
I mean, my sense is, because I thought we were close at the last meeting too, and then we got, clearly when we put pen to paper, it kind of presented that we weren't as close as I'd hoped. So whether it's the 25th or April, 8th,
or 8.
then I would just ask that whatever group needs to get together with Carrie and start working on some consensus language.
And I'm fine with that, Carrie. Are you okay with that?
No, it really impacts our fundraising and the grant we have for 1.7 million. If we're not able to get the PUD before April, I mean, it causes us incredible hardship. I mean, it was December 2nd, we were at the planning commission.
These often take this long. A complicated PUD can take multiple meetings. This isn't unusual. Jim, do you have any suggestions?
I have a couple. I'll note that generally a tabling motion doesn't have discussion, but here we are.
Okay.
You have, I think, a couple of options. You could table it now, subject to the motion. You could leave it on the agenda and adopt the preliminary approval. And this is just your first approval as a board. It's not final approval. Adopt the preliminary approval, knowing that the applicant is requesting some changes and work on those later, but so she goes away tonight with the approval that's before you, if that's what the board's pleasure is. I don't know what your vote will be. And then the other would be that you can leave it on the agenda for now, see where you are when you get to that part of the agenda. And then if you still want to table it when it comes up as item K1.
So question,
I'm concerned it's gonna take a fair. amount of
I don't think
discussion.
that you can negotiate tonight at a
No.
board meeting
No,
and keep your promise to be home by 4 AM.
so if we adopt it with, then later on, have discussion, then it would have to come back to the board again for approval
Amendment.
with the changes.
There are many approvals that have to come back to be done before you have the final. And with this, so this is the preliminary approval of the PUD. And then it's not the final approval, and there will be other things that come up. And I think she's already has a punch list from planning and engineering that still have to be done.
Kathy, you brought the motion.
yeah, I still would like to table it. I just think it's going to be a very lengthy discussion than tonight, and I'm not comfortable with.
And that's the motion you have before you.
Yeah,
now, is
it's
to-
the, so roll call, please.
Okay, per our rules of order tonight, we're starting with Brant, Monk. Oh, sorry, Noel,
Yes,
Riser, this is a motion to
Okay.
table many hands until March 25th. We've heard reasons for and against it.
It would be April 8th, though, wouldn't it?
I would say no.
Carrie,
Yes.
Yeaple,
Yes.
Flintoff, no. Motion passes 4-2. So it is the motion to table until March 25th. But I would ask, even with Carrie out of town, that our group get with Carrie and work out some language.
that's fine. I mean, I would like to.
Thank you for letting me know what the motion was. Jessica.
Yeah, I wasn't supposed to do that.
Appreciate you.
Just popped out.
Appreciate it.
Bring it in. Okay, are there other agenda item changes?
Yes, there is a request by the Parks and Paths for the removal of Heather Berkovitz from the PPP committee,
So this would be added.
added to the consent agenda.
Is that fine? Consent?
My only procedural question is the charge says that they've got to be removed after a hearing by a majority vote of the township board. I have
okay.
no desire for a hearing, but I just want to note that it says that, so is that
That's-
kosher to have
That's
on
what I
consent?
find in the chart.
Yeah, not unless we, so I would,
To my knowledge.
so my recommendation would be to not have it on consent, but on new business.
Okay, the last item on new business. So are we done naming, or that is L?
That would be L4.
L4.
Okay.
Do you want it on? Okay,
After, yeah,
okay.
that's something we can,
Oh,
okay, any of trustee or treasurer Gable?
Thank you. I have a resolution that was prepared to reject the compensation commission supervisor salary determination. This relates to Commissioner Public. I propose to be added to unfinished businesses K3.
I support.
Attorney Fink,
Yeah,
are they allowed to do that?
allowed to add items to the agenda.
No, to rescind or reject the approval or the votes from before for the salary?
So Robert's rules allow a motion to be brought at a subsequent meeting as a renewed motion, whether you call it a new business or unfinished business. I think it's a matter of form over substance. And in terms of the statute and the ordinance, they're still within the 30-day period after the compensation commission resolution was delivered to the township clerk.
Isn't this a motion for reconsideration that should be brought by someone who voted for it? Because that was my understanding, is that you just can't reconsider things unless you're on the winning side, then you can reconsider.
So John, this motion, this resolution failed 2 weeks ago.
Right.
So it didn't pass. So the resolution failed.
But aren't we in essence reconsidering? Or no?
I don't know.
Okay.
It's a failed resolution. 4-2. It failed 4-2.
Well, we should do the same for all, for trustees, treasurer and clerk then.
So there's a motion to add this to the agenda.
L5, under new business.
Wait, it was, the motion was to put it on
The agenda.
Oh, yeah.
the agenda on unfinished business. Because really, this is continuation of what was done before. We're still in the time frame. It's not exactly a motion for reconsideration.
Right.
It's not.
So can I ask, has something changed between then and now that would warrant our reconsideration of it?
Let's have the discussion. No problem.
When we've appointed another member?
We can do it that way.
No, it
But
sounds like
let's
we're
have-
gonna, it sounds like that's what's gonna happen.
Let's have the discussion and see where it goes.
Okay.
So it sounds like there's a motion by Yeaple, support by Rule, to add the resolution. And Jillian has suggested L5. I hear Kathy say under unfinished business. In the interest of time, I don't think it much matters. So
It does.
if we could just suggest L5.
Yep.
Jillian, do you want a roll call vote or just voice vote on this? Adding,
Let's do a roll call vote.
okay. Roll call vote, Brant,
Yes.
Noel,
Yes.
Riser,
No.
Carrie,
No.
Yeaple,
Yes.
Flintoff, yes. Motion passes 4-2.
Can I ask, why wasn't this part of the packet? Why is this dropped on us on the day of?
Didn't receive it until
Who did you receive it from?
I
Let's be transparent here. That's
Sure.
what we all ran on.
didn't prepare this item. I was asked to introduce it, but I believe trustee Brandt prepared it. I didn't receive it until 4 o'clock today.
And
That's
trustee
fine.
Brandt, why didn't you bring it forward? You had-
Really her prerogative to do, I mean, it's not,
No, it just
It's
seems
not-
sneaky.
well,
Yes,
your question seemed accusatory.
seriously?
Yeah, let's just move on.
Okay, get blindsided in a meeting, but then you say I'm accusatory. Interesting. Wow. This is what you voted for. Next, any more agenda items?
I mean, this was a small one.
Oh, I'm sorry, what?
I don't think it necessarily requires a change, but did you want to announce any changes to the model motion on the Dexter Senior Center? What we talked about this morning? It was really the kind of technical change to that.
Yeah, when we do that at the agenda item?
Okay, we can. It's just currently it's on consent.
Oh, yes,
So then
that's
I
right,
would,
it is
so
on
then I would
consent.
suggest we pull it off
Okay.
if we want to do it in the meeting.
Well, right.
It can be quick.
So the change is. And I've already talked with Jim Carson about this. And then just, where did I go? Oh, here it is. It's under H9. A model motion to approve the 1 year, January 1st to March 31st, 2026. Contract between Dexter Senior Citizens Incorporated and Scio Township to approve invoice number 202-41129 for payment amount of 22.5 from FYE 25 budget fund 101-101-823. Sorry, can't read my own writing. Contracted services.
Mhm.
So that, those are the two changes, is to March 31st, 2026 and 823 contracted services.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Anything else? Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I was just making sure everybody else had their items in if they wanted to. Are you sure, Ryan? Do you have any more? An MOU to add? Okay. So regarding, so we have two special, wait a minute, we have two closed sessions.
Mhm.
L2 and L3.
Okay, so the first one, L2, possible action for closed session to discuss material exempt from disclosure pursuant to MCL 15.268(1)H and to consider purchase of real estate pursuant to MCL 15.268(1)D. Wait a minute. There's three things here.
Yeah,
Oh, and then the next one is the possible action to come out. Okay, sorry. So that's what we will, if this is okay with the, to adopt. So after the conservation or the closed session to come out for, and to have possible action. So that would be L to L3.
That-
For the possible action on the conservation.
Good. And that the current L2 and current L3 would be combined into L2. So we'd have one closed session for both matters. Come out and take any action in L3.
so L2 is moving to go into closed session, and then L3 is your consideration of a purchase, and L4 is the item you just added.
Okay, and then there's L3. Which
Which was the closed session for the material exempt from disclosure. That's now combined into the L2, the closed session to consider purchase of real estate. So you're having one closed session for two allowable purposes.
which one is what?
Where do you think I figured the people that are involved?
Okay,
with the
because-
first part of that would leave when we move to the
Because it
next
only says
topic.
conservation.
Barry,
Because we, like.
Barry and anyone
Yeah,
else.
it's a closed session, yes.
And then
Yes, sir.
to
I think that's
to go
fine,
back
but-
in for that one.
No, so that we would, so the idea is just to take L2 and L3 and go into closed session for two purposes. Come out and take any,
Action on either one, or,
You'll only take action on the conservation easement.
that's the only action that's anticipated. Of course, the board can take action at any time on anything. On or off the agenda.
okay. So how do we write this? In
Right.
just the way that you have it?
Yeah, I think the way Jim has
That
it
was
is
my
good.
suggestion.
Okay, got it.
So I could add L2 and L3 as Jim has it noted.
Yeah, and then with the other, we could have possible action after we come out, possibly.
You can always amend the agenda with the proper number of votes.
Or if we wish, Jillian, you could change the discussion only to possible action if that's important to you. But it was listed as discussion.
Well, but because it's a closed session, we can't do it or we can't vote in a closed session.
Correct. So we'd have to come out to take any action.
Okay, so let's add that on, so I don't know what the numbers would be here. I'm getting too
I
many
would,
numbers.
I would just propose we change the designation of L3 from discussion only to possible action.
Okay, there we go. For both, for either one.
Mhm.
Okay. Does everybody have that?
Mhm.
Is there a motion? Okay, so are we, any other agenda changes, items? We're good. Okay. A motion to adopt the amended agenda
So moved.
and a support.
Or,
Roll call vote, please.
Grant,
Yes.
Noel,
Yes.
Riser,
Yes.
Barry,
No.
Yeaple,
yes.
Flintoff, yes. Agenda adopted as amended, 5-1.
Sure. All right. Moving on to communications to the Board of Trustees. Any questions or comments or anything? Okay. Okay, moving on to introductions and recognitions. The first would be Dexter Senior Center presentation. Welcome. Hey.
You guys usually have.
Yes.
Come on up. Thank you. It's very nice to meet all of you. My name is Anna Peckrell. I was hired as the executive director, January 10th so 2 months ago. I'm very sorry that I haven't had a chance to reach out to any of you yet. As I'm sure you can imagine, with the new facility, it has been a very, very busy 2 months. And on top of that, the last 2 weeks I was in Japan on my honeymoon, which was very exciting, but timing wise, not perfect, but I wouldn't trade that experience for anything. But I'm so glad to get to meet you today. Thank you for letting me have the opportunity to speak with you. I have a small packet in presentation that I put together and I believe was put into the board packet. As you know, Dexter Senior Center is not the same Dexter Senior Center it was last year, 2 years ago. Really, the last 5 years have been transformational for the center. And thankfully I've had an opportunity to be a part of that as a volunteer. And I also did some, temporary staff, or I was a temporary staff member of the center at the old Copeland building. And so it's really been incredible to see that change over the last few years. And I'm incredibly proud to be able to lead the organization. I just wanted to speak a little bit about Dexter Senior Center's impact in 2024, despite transitioning into a temporary space and, handling this giant project, this wonderful project. Dexter Senior Center still had a lot of great accomplishments. This packet I put together prior to leaving on my trip, so the numbers I can actually give a little bit of an update. At that time, we had 435 active members. It would be a bit higher, but of course, some people let their membership lapse, come back a couple months later and renew it. But as of today, we're at 450 members, so there's been an increase in that 3-week period. In 2024, we served 10,000 meals through our congregate senior cafe program and our Meals on Wheels. And we hosted 360 fitness classes. And I'm very proud of the fact that Dexter Senior Center is not charging a fee for their fitness classes, which I think is a pretty unique factor. I've presented at the Michigan Association of Senior Centers in the past, and while all of these senior centers have fantastic programs and try to offer their programs at affordable rates, having all free fitness classes is a pretty big rarity. So I'm very proud of that. As far as reasons for membership, we did an internal survey in late 2024, and the results were a lot of what we expected, but I think if you can see from that little chart there, half of people are joining Dexter Senior Center because they are looking for some type of social connection, whether that's to meet, make new friends, connect with old friends, just reduce their isolation. That is the number one reason that people are joining. And I really am hoping to focus on engaging those folks in my role as executive director. I also wanted to just briefly talk about our impact in Scio Township specifically. As you can see from those charts, the percentage of adults over 65 in Scio Township, 19 or close to 20% are older than 65. As far as our members, we capture 3% of all older adults over 65 in Scio Township. I don't have the data on below 65. It's difficult to get that when you're trying to find compared with census data to our own membership data. But so we obviously have room to grow in our membership, but that is still a significant amount of our members. 20% are from the township. I also included, I hope you had an opportunity to read this recent event that happened on our Meals on Wheels route. Scio Township is our largest Meals on Wheels route, and we're very happy to serve the individuals in this community. Back in late 2024, a Meals on Wheels client, one of our drivers noticed that his house was really in disrepair and was becoming a hazard. He had had a tree fall onto the roof of his house. It had created a situation where animals were getting into his home. He didn't have any options, so he ended up just kind of closing himself into certain rooms to not be disrupted by the animals. Our Meals on Wheels drivers, you know, neighbors noticed this was happening, but they didn't really know what to do. But our Meals on Wheels drivers were not going to just continue delivering without addressing that. So they started talking to the other drivers and started talking to our Meals on Wheels staff. And one of our other drivers came and cut down the branches that were originally causing the problem. And then they spoke to people in the community, where then Victor's Roofing got involved and ended up replacing the roof of the house of that Meals on Wheels client. And because of the actions of our Meals on Wheels volunteers, somebody who really the house should have been condemned is the situation that I've been told, that was the state of the home. He was able to stay in his home and he's able to age in place in a really wonderful community. And that's just one story. Meals on Wheels programs, they're incredible, incredible organizations. I'm not just saying that about ours. Every Meals on Wheels program is fantastic. But I am very proud of the fact that our volunteers initiated this and then rallied an entire community around this person. Next, I just want to talk about a couple quick changes in 2025. As you know, we're entering a new home, so we're going to have a more accessible building. We're looking to expand our programs and our partnerships with the community, growing our team. I can actually give an update. I hired a program manager. Yesterday was her first day, and it's very exciting to have her on board. Her name is Dana. And so she's looking to expand programs and our volunteer base. We're improving our meal services. In June, the county is switching to a new caterer after some complaints and, just trouble with our current caterer. And I pushed for Dexter Senior Center to be the first site to have that new caterer change. We are purchasing a member software for tracking and connecting with our Meals on Wheels clients, our members. And the next year I'll be able to provide very specific data about Scio Township members are interested in this program most, or attend on this day most frequently. And we're also pursuing different funding sources to support new programs, to increase our capacity, and looking to grow new municipality partnerships as we get new members from even as far as Ypsilanti Township. We have a couple members, so looking to start developing some of those relationships. Finally, I wanted to talk about expanding our reach in Scio Township specifically. In 2025, my new program manager and I are going to be meeting with different local community groups like the Historical Society, the library, WAVE, to see how we can align our services and partner in different ways. A couple ideas. I'm a big disc golfer, so I love to go to Hudson Mills and all of the other parks in the area, maybe exploring satellite programs or activities at different parks, or perhaps the Scio Township preserves would be a fun idea. And looking at mobile services, sending social workers into Scio Township for offsite support. I can say that that's already in progress. A social worker that we contract with from Jewish Family Services has gone on the Scio Township meal route 2 or 3 times already in the past month, and to help identify needs of our clients. Looking to offer virtual classes and tech support to help those who would be interested in taking some virtual classes. Working with WAVE to expand transportation options, and just in general, developing any type of mobile program to bring services to the community for those who can't make it to the center. I'd like to improve my communication with Scio Township. I read online that there's a quarterly newsletter. I'd love to, if who I can contact to maybe provide updates to that. Dropping by to maybe bring some flyers or newsletters, and I will looking to attend more board meetings for the township in this year. And finally, just gathering input, probably the most important part of this plan, hosting listening sessions, surveying our members and prospective members, and getting to know each of you personally so that we can do check-ins and hear about needs that you've identified in your residents, that if there's a way that we can help address those, we would love to be part of that. So thank you so much for listening. I really appreciated your time, and I am looking forward to working with you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes, Anna?
Yes.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Quick
Does
question.
anyone- Yes.
Oh, yeah, go ahead, yeah, of course.
So, yeah, thank you so much. Thanks for all your work. I'm curious about if you have any federal funding and if you're, okay. So my, bottom line is, in light of what's going on with the federal government and all the pressure that they're putting on nonprofits to comply with executive orders that I think are immoral, anti-diversity, anti-LGBT, anti-immigrant. Can you I just want to let you know, like, I'm standing strong with all of our nonprofits who are meeting these needs. But could you tell me a little bit about how the Dexter Senior Center keeps its services welcoming and inclusive for everybody?
Yes. So I have a background in social work, and that was what I went to Eastern for my bachelor's degree, U of M for my master's. And so DEI is very important to me. And I actually spoke at the Michigan Association of Senior Centers about how to make programs more inclusive. One point was to men, because we see a very lower percentage of men attending senior centers. So that was a focus of the program. I also did talk about increasing or being more inclusive to LGBTQ+ and those of different racial identities, or and one of the ways that or religious identities, and some of the points that I talked about that I'm looking to implement with the senior center is really just being mindful of the language and our own marketing. So for instance, if you are posting Merry Christmas on the senior center's Facebook page, I think we should also be posting for other religious holidays that occur during that month. I think it's important to even mention to members when they're joining that this is a safe space. And I think that the way that you communicate that can really tell somebody what they need to know about what you're saying. When I hear things, if I happen to hear things from members that I think are hurtful or harmful to others, I'm willing to, sorry, I can't think of the word, confront that with that member and having a moment, a learning moment with somebody. Because sometimes ignorance or harmful or hurtful comments really are from not knowing better. And I don't think that shaming is, or, pushing somebody out is the right solution. I think it's the opportunity to have a conversation and learn about each other and try to come to an understanding. So really, I think it's all about building a culture. I don't think that those efforts, DEI is just something you put in a packet or put a poster up. I think it's something that you have to work on every single day to make the space inclusive for everybody. Thank you so much. Any other questions?
Question, are you anticipating any decreases in funding going to Meals on Wheels, given the federal issues occurring right now?
At this point, we have not been made aware of any decreases to federal funding regarding the Meals on Wheels program. However, as I'm sure all of you know, in the nonprofit world right now, you don't know. And that's very scary. And so that's why we are looking to diversify our funding in other ways. I have a meeting this week with the county. There's a Michigan Health Endowment Fund grant for nutrition related to older adults. And so Marty from the county, along with a couple other senior center professionals, will be meeting to see if we can come up with a group proposal, a way to support multiple Meals on Wheels programs in the area. That would be coming from a private foundation, so we wouldn't have to worry about federal funding decreases. Obviously, applying to state grants or county grants, often they're tied up with federal funding. So that's why we are also looking to look into the private sector for ways to increase funding. But right now, the Meals on Wheels program has not been threatened in a substantial way.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anna.
Next is E2, introduction of Jeffrey Fullerton for the consideration of building maintenance custodian position. Aurora, our HR manager, right? That's her name.
Good evening.
Hello.
So I'm here to introduce basically Jeff Fullerton. He has 25+ years of experience with custodial and supervisory duties in cleaning procedures and preventive maintenance. And we currently have a vacant building maintenance custodian role. And I'm coming forward with a conditional job offer.
Yeah, thank you for this opportunity. Really excited to join the team.
So thank you. We have been talking a lot lately about all the improvements and maintenance we've been doing to our Scio Township Hall and just finished the bathrooms. And so would love to have you be part of our team. So thank you. And thank you, Aurora and Christy, for your work on the hiring process.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome, Jeff.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Next is public comment. This is the time for members of the public to speak up to 5 minutes on any matter under the purview of the Board of Trustees. Could we, would somebody volunteer to keep time, please?
Would you like me to do it, Madam?
Sure. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Carrie.
Oh,
Oh, wait a minute.
prerequisites. I think I can do this.
Oh, it was,
What's the time limit? Is it
5 minutes?
5 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
So as you're aware, my name's Carrie Kafafian with Many Hands. I wasn't planning to talk during the public commentary, but I wanted to make the entire board aware of, and anyone else have it in the record, that we went in front of the Planning Commission December 2nd. And it was clear that there were some issues around the septic field, which we understood and heard loud and clear and responded very quickly. December 16th, the updated plans were there. We then made it clear that we were hoping to be heard as soon as possible. Holidays being what they are, it kept getting put off. I understand that this, a PUD is a complicated, long process, but first we kept not getting on the agenda. Just to get on the agenda took us all the way to finally we get on the agenda. The first night we're on the agenda, it's tabled because it's going to take a long time to talk and work this all out. So the next time we're on the agenda, and now we talk about it some, and there, okay, some things to work out. And it was clear that several items are coming up that have nothing to do with PUD approval or not. That the board isn't staying focused on whether we qualify for a PUD pre-approval. Also, some of the more detailed items that are coming up are things that are normally worked out over months with the consultants. Things around the regulations around the septic field or the community wastewater system. That's what happens for months between a preliminary PUD and a final PUD. And so a lot of things are getting tacked on early before the discussions and the communication can happen. And so then the way, and so we're still rolling with it, answering the questions. But then we're left 2 weeks ago with the understanding, from my understanding, I'm just saying that we would talk about what the motions are so that all that planning stuff can kind of happen offline, not take up everyone's time, not go late into the night. But then when I reached out to the board, reached out to the planner, Laura, my attorney reached out to your attorney, we got a cold wall. It was like, well, we'll put the motions with the conditions up Thursday. You'll see what it is then. It wasn't up Thursday, wasn't up Friday morning. Friday, 4 p.m., it finally went up. So very first thing, Monday morning, we wrote a response to these conditions. And again, some of these conditions have nothing to do with the PUD. Some of them are things that can be talked about and worked out here during this time. But we're not even given the opportunity to do that. Don't get me wrong, I love the senior center. 25 minutes talking about the senior center, we probably could have worked everything out. And it's almost to the point where I'm starting to go, are you intentionally delaying? Because that's what it's feeling like. It's usually put up by the same trustee to table it without even hearing the discussion. If we're talking and it's complicated and it's clear it's going to go late into the night, tabling makes sense. But to table without even hearing it, and this is also, remember, 75 people wrote a petition to you all saying, we want this heard right away. A public letter in the Sun Times by leaders of our community said, we want this heard right away. You have received, I don't know of any other project you've received so many supportive letters. You would have to tell me, but I mean, even during the planning commission, we filled this room to standing room only. Your community wants you to deal with this. We want you to approve it, And we understand there might be concerns and things we want to work out, and we're very open to that. But to continuously delay and table it, it doesn't feel like you're following the wishes of your constituents. And it is endangering our funding. And it is making things harder to the point where I start to wonder why.
Five minutes, don't even bother starting the one.
I'm not timing this.
It's this board's fault that I'm gonna go over 5 minutes. Rob Pattinson, Scio Township resident. Dirty trick number 4. You burned out Judy with your compensation commission manipulation at the last meeting.
Rob, some of the residents in the back can't hear you. Am I right on that? Okay.
I'll speak up. You burned out Judy Monk with your compensation commission manipulation at the last meeting. Now that she has resigned, the first thing you do is manipulate the next meeting to strike at the supervisor. The law says you need a 2/3 vote. 2/3 of 7 is 5. 2/3 of 6 is 4. So who was the architect of this dirty trick? Would someone please answer me?
I couldn't answer that.
Trustee Brandt. The supervisor asked you a direct question. Why didn't you bring forward the motion that you wrote? Trustee Brandt, I was sitting right next to you when Mark Rizzo walked out of the room, and we both called him a coward for not answering questions. Please have the courage to answer my question. Why the change in perspective? Why do you go from calling a trustee who won't answer your question a coward to sitting there staring at me and not answering my direct question? So now that you've organized the 4:30 trick, what is this board gonna do to make it right? Obviously, tonight you're going to remove the already approved salary increase. So that takes it back down to 44,000. Treasurer Yeaple, your position went from 65,000 to 90,000. And then you just got a raise for 95,000. Clerk Flintoft, in 2016, the clerk was at 64,000. You're now at 105,000. That's a 64% increase. The trustees went from, I think it was 5,700 to 10,500. That's an 84% increase. The supervisor went from 36,000 to 44,000. That's a 22% increase. Now that you've worked this dirty trick and you have this sabotage, you have this strike against your opponent, what are you gonna do to make it right? The very minimum, the minimum you should do to make it right is to make the supervisor's percent increase equal to the treasurer's, which is 46%, which would take it to 64,306. Now, I know you can't do that because you have a compensation commission. You only have 2 choices. You can either accept the compensation commission or deny it. And when you deny it, it goes right back to where it was. But you have to do something to make this right. You can't attack someone like this while the rest of you are enjoying increases and raises. You can't do that and then just leave someone hanging. There is hypocrisy on this board that is astounding. You really should be ashamed of yourselves. All of you. The ones who initiated it, the ones who helped, and the ones who capitulated. This is not fair, and all of you know better. You should be significantly ashamed of yourselves. And I won't go into my prepared comments because that'll take another 5 minutes.
Thank you, Rob. Anyone else here in Township Hall present that would like to speak?
Carol Fletcher, longtime Scio resident.
Carol.
I'm in the same boat as Rob. There were two things that I wanted to address, and this whole meeting has just blown it out of the water. I am gobsmacked. And I agree with Rob, with what Rob has to say. What I was going to speak to was many hands. As you know, I've spoken to this board before. I'm 100% behind many hands. And I'm even more disturbed now than I was before the meeting about the delays. I was going to suggest, when I thought the main issue was the variance for the zoning for the property line, I was going to make a suggestion for a way to address that. But it sounds like this is a way bigger issue than that. These are people who desperately need help. They are some of the most helpless citizens that we have. I don't understand it. Furthermore, I'm concerned that with some of the proposals I'm hearing, if I'm correct, Many Hands is designed to help 33 people. I may be off in that, but I think that's close. That's a wonderful number, but in the big picture, it's a very small number. And then when we're talking about maybe having to reduce that by one house less, 12 less residents, that is a huge hit. What are you thinking you can do better than that? The other comment I was going to make was regarding David Reed. I don't know why on earth he would want to be appointed to this board, but if he still does, I have heard rumors that this shouldn't just happen to avoid an appearance of cronyism. But there was an election only 4 months ago. He got the votes. He has the experience. This township has far better ways to spend its money than on a special election. If the man is willing to take the job, please give it to him, and God help him.
Thank you, Carol. Anyone else?
I'm gonna line myself up with the mic. You really can't hear well. Back there. Okay. Good evening. Pat Stein, Scio Township resident, long time ago, long term, I should say. At last month's Board of Trustee meeting, I started my public comments by introducing myself as the person that partnered with David Reed to start the recall for Supervisor Hathaway's doubling of his salary for his part-time position. I am still very much opposed to the recent doubling of Supervisor Carey's salary for her part-time position. And it is a part-time position. A former supervisor, while serving on one of our earlier compensation commissions, stated that his position as supervisor was a part-time job. Even Supervisor Hathaway eventually admitted in writing that his position as Scio Township supervisor was indeed a part-time position. So the determination that our current supervisor's salary to be nearly doubled without taking in consideration whether it was a full or part-time position is a mistake. That's the last I'm going to say on this subject tonight. Today, I would like to begin my public comments by introducing myself as one of the protesters appearing in a photo passed around yesterday that was taken nearly 3 years ago. The photo was a group of Scio residents carrying signs in front of Township Hall, picketing the latest underhanded action planned by Supervisor Hathaway for that evening's Board of Trustee meeting. A month after Jillian Carey won the primary on her run for trustee, Trustee Croteau resigned. Our group was protesting the fact that Supervisor Hathaway refused to appoint Jillian Carey to fill the open position as trustee. She was the most logical choice based on the ballot votes she received a month earlier. Instead, he wanted to appoint a complete unknown candidate to fulfill the remaining 2 years of the trustee's term. We believe it was in the best interest for the voters to decide who should have served that term, not Supervisor Hathaway's sole decision. And we know how that worked out. Mark Rizzo was probably the worst trustee on record. Not only during the fulfillment of his term did he only attend like a third of the meetings. When he ran for the office and lost, we never saw him again unless Supervisor Hathaway called him in because he needed his vote that night. And you know that's true. Well, tonight, we support David Reed being appointed by this board to serve as our trustee because the voters have decided. They decided at the election in August when David Reed was on the ballot, and 2,151 Scio Township residents voted for him as our trustee. He was 61 votes short of being one of the 4 trustees that serve on the board now, which makes him the most logical choice for this appointment. David is no stranger to the residents of Scio Township. Over the years, he has been loyal to his service to our community. To quote the very words Supervisor Carey provided in an email she sent as a private citizen back in 2022, I am endorsing David Reed. He is by far the most qualified with his years of experience on the board, committees, deputy clerk, and election inspector. I encourage you to endorse David Reed. Thank you, Trustee Carey. I could not have said that better myself.
It was in 2022?
Yes, yeah.
Oh, so 3 years ago.
I am in full support of this board appointing Mr. David Reed tonight as a Scio Township trustee. Thank you for considering my recommendation.
Thank you, Pat.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Anyone else in present would, sure, come on up.
Hi, my name is Jessica Waters. I'm with Many Hands too. I am a licensed master's of social work. Sorry, I'm not speaking loud enough. And a QIDP, which is a qualified intellectual and developmental disability professional. There we go. So I worked for the CMH for Washington County for 6 years, and then have since then worked privately with clients with the IDD population in this county, and then also a couple other counties in Metro Detroit. What I've done for the last decade is housing and services and meeting with families, hundreds of families. I've worked with really medically intense cases, and I've worked with really behaviorally intense cases. And we're really lucky in the state of Michigan to have just really one waiver, and which is the HAP waiver, which is the waiver program that Many Hands is really planning on using. There really is not a big use of licensed homes. And so the question that keeps coming up that I keep hearing is the question of licensing. And I can answer any question if you guys want to ask. I don't know what the confusion is. There's a group home level of licensing that's used in this county, and you have to prove need. And it is an exceptional level of need to get into a group licensed housing. It's a very restrictive license, like a really restrictive living situation, and it is frowned upon from a federal and from a state level. You want least restrictive. That is the big rule, least restrictive environment. That's not a licensed home. I really was, in my 10 years, was able to place one person, one person in a licensed home care setting temporarily. So when we talk that this is unlicensed, that's normal. Nothing's licensed anymore. Can I answer any questions? I don't know.
This isn't the time that we
Please.
engage in giving.
Yes.
So
That
could
is
you
totally-
give me your contact information? I will reach out to you, and then we are hoping to put together a small work group. But that will come in probably a couple days.
Do you want me to email it to you, or I do not have a card?
You don't have a card?
I don't have a card.
Why don't I ask you if you would just write it down on my pad here? So I have it, I won't lose it.
Okay, I'm done.
Okay.
Keep going.
Anyone else here in Township Hall present that would like to speak during public comment? Okay, moving on to Zoom or remote access.
Anybody would like to speak on Zoom, please raise your hand. First up, we have Pam Boyd, followed by Paula Wilkerson.
Thank you, Pam Boyd, a Scio resident. So I asked this board about 2 months ago what the issues were with Supervisor Carey, and I have not heard from any of you. So it really concerns me at the direction that some on this board are headed. Trustee Brandt, I did not vote for you to be supervisor. I voted for you to be a trustee to work in the best interest of the residents. And if you have a problem with Supervisor Carey, you've not shared that with me. So if I'm angry at what's going on this evening, it's because there is not clarity. There's not any indication of a real problem. And we have a trustee who's resigned based on the behavior of this board. Treasurer Ryan, Treasurer Yapel, please stop being their lapdog. It's not a good look. Thank you.
Next up is Paula. Thank you, Sam. Next up is Paula. Hi, Paula.
Yes, hello, I'm not watching the time, so cut me off when necessary. I won't be offended. You know, the whole compensation thing, I've talked to several people in the community. It was made mention that the community supported this $77,500 salary for a part-time position, which if it was full-time would be $165,000. I don't think many people support that type of salary for supervisor, part-time or full-time. We are in need of the operating person. I personally watched all the compensation committee. I'll tell you some of the things I thought about this compensation committee and the last one. When a supervisor is the person to appoint the people on the commission, I find that a conflict of interest. I've supported Jillian when she ran as a trustee. I walked around with a cast during COVID when trying to recall Hathaway when he doubled his own salary, and we can say, hey, this is different. It's a compensation committee. I think we all know some of the issues that happened on the first compensation committee that had to be appointed because Hathaway tried to block even a compensation committee. But in all these committees, I always say conflict of interest. There have been many conflicts of interest, not just with this board, on committees. People that do not recuse themselves, I've been pretty adamant about that. I think we're setting a very bad precedent in some of this where people just appoint people and then a salary comes up and we have to agree with it. I also think that the supervisor, Carrie, should have recused herself on that vote. I don't know the legalities of the vote, why it required more people. But and unfortunately, there was just two choices. But the role should not. It sets a precedent. We do not want to be a charter township. And Jillian is very aware of the issues of the trash and why that was possibly where that was headed. We pay enough taxes here in this community. And I totally disagree with that salary. And people can contact me and vent their frustration at my opinion on it. It's just what it is, an opinion. And people in the community do not see that kind of salary. And as far as what the median income is in Scio Township, as putting that towards your salary, I think that was not well placed. One person did keep bringing up that it was a part-time position. And it doesn't make me feel good to have to say these things. And I don't like people calling other people a liar or there's a problem and blah, blah, blah. Personally, I am very happy with this. I read the letter saying, Pam Boyd wrote out, I don't see any suspicious activities. And adults are able to handle discussion, even discussion that they don't agree with. And I think that's a problem. People need to say, hey, listen to the other people, hear what they have to say. And that's a really great thing. And you can have all the retreats, $4,000 towards a disc communication, which I actually watched one time. That group broke apart anyway. And yeah, working together. And sometimes you don't so-called win. And it's about the community and where that money is going and what it could be used for. Hey, I'm going to hurt people's feelings saying I don't agree with a $50,000 toilet out behind the
Thank you,
township.
Paula. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you, Paula.
I have something to say. I have something to say. So regarding the compensation commission, the supervisor by statute appoints to the compensation commission, the downtown development authority, and the planning commission. And those appointments are brought to the board and the board votes on approval or not. So I vetted everybody that I have appointed and every board member has voted in agreement because their vote passed and those people are on the compensation commission. Regarding the recusing of voting on my own salary or on the position of the supervisor's salary, by statute, we all have to vote. If not, we do not have a 2/3 vote. It's the compensation commission statute was a little confusing. So Attorney Fink had explained to all of us how it works. So I wanted to have some clarity regarding the supervisor's salary and the position being part or full-time at the compensation commission. Also, Attorney Fink has said it's not about part-time or full-time, it's about the position. And that's what the compensation commission deliberated and determined. Thank you. Yeah, we have more.
Okay, next up is Jonathan Greenberg. Hi, Jonathan.
Hi, this is Jonathan. Yeah, really disappointed. Mostly in the fact that I see my friends fighting with each other and treating me like I'm not a friend anymore. as a member of the compensation committee, I do want to say that the oversimplification, the so many things that have been misstated and are incorrect, and as Supervisor Carey pointed out, don't align with statute. I mean, people can have their disagreements, but everything was done by statute. And the belittlement of the compensation committee, all the things that have been stated tonight, I'll write longer communication to y'all when I find the time in the next week or in the next 2 weeks. But a couple of things I learned on the compensation committee, and it really does a lot. Things are becoming clearer to me. When Trustee Brandt came into the compensation committee to offer comments as a member of the public, she made the claim that she works 20 to 30 hours a week in her position. She was making the point that trustees do a lot of work. By the same tone, I don't know how a supervisor then works 20 to 30 hours a week and is part-time. By Trustee Brandt's own words and own admission. Furthermore, I can understand where that time is going now, because this well-engineered last-minute dirty trick that Rob so eloquently spoke to earlier and Pam touched on is a dirty trick. I mean, I'm sorry, but even the folks who don't agree with the increase in salary should at least agree that these last-minute springing things onto the that are essentially attacking the supervisor through their trying to deny something that has, it's really upsetting, guys. I put a lot of time into all your campaigns. I really tried hard to get you all elected. And the rejection of friendship, the fighting with each other, the lack of an opportunity to even help alleviate some of this because some of you are so damn stubborn. I've tried so hard, and I'm really sorry that it's not working. But I think you all need to take a deeper look inside about why we are at this point. Because right now, y'all failed me. And I think I've earned at least saying that as much time and effort as I put into getting you all elected. Good night.
Thank you, Jonathan. Any other interested members of the public? Seeing none, Jillian?
Could you do the minutes, please?
I'd be happy to. Yeah, take care of yourself.
I only had one thing. Here was last one.
The supervisor's stepping out for one moment. In her absence, I will be facilitating. Next up is G1, approval of minutes of February 25th, 2025 regular meeting. Are there any proposed amendments? Jillian did note for me, I will double check the spelling of Caleb's last name. But aside from that, are there any other amendments? Or is there a motion to approve as presented?
I would move them as modified to update Mr. Klein's last name, the spelling of it.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Support.
Support by Yeaple, motion by Riser, support by Yeaple. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. The ayes have it, motion adopted. Next up is approval of the minutes of the March 3rd special meeting called for the purpose of deliberating on the budget. Are there any proposed amendments, or is there a motion to adopt as presented?
I would move their adoption.
Moved by Riser, is there a second?
I'll second.
A second by Noel. Moved by Riser, second by Noel, to adopt the March 3rd special meeting minutes as presented. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Nay. The ayes have it. Motion adopted. Next up is the item, the acceptance of Judy DeVoe Monk's letter of resignation as Scio Township trustee. As clerk, I prepared this item. It's pretty straightforward. Midday, February 28th, that Friday, we received an email from trustee Monk. It is enclosed in the packet here. I acknowledged receipt and filed it per the statute. She came by and signed it to make it formal. The statute provides that resignations of all officers shall be in writing, signed, and addressed to the township board and shall be delivered to and filed by the clerk. The resignation shall be effective when accepted by the township board. So this proposed motion would be to accept the resignation of trustee Judy DeVoe Monk effective immediately.
I would so move.
Jessica, could you read the letter, please?
Oh, I'm happy to.
Thank you.
The letter, sure thing. It's Friday, February 28th at 12:08 p.m. to the township board. And it was to the township board, CCing the county clerk and our office coordinator. Effective 5 p.m., February 28th, 2025, I am resigning my position as a trustee of Scio Township. Per my understanding of MCL section 168.370, this notification is to be sent to Board of Trustees and copied to the county clerk, Judy DeVoe Monk. I followed up, asked her to stop by to sign, and on March 3rd, that Monday, she stopped by and signed that letter. But that's the complete letter. So there is a motion by Riser. Is there support to accept?
Support.
Motion by Riser, support by Yeaple to accept the resignation of trustee Judy DeVoe Monk effective immediately. I'd suggest a roll call for this one. I do want to, I don't know that Jillian intended to be gone for this. But I know will be back as soon as she can. Okay, so roll call per our rules of order tonight. We're starting with Brandt. Brandt?
Yes.
Noel?
Yes.
Riser?
Yes.
Carrie? Absent? Yeaple?
Yes.
Flintoff? Yes. Motion passes 5-0.
So now she's officially gone, now that we've accepted it.
We now have one vacancy on the Board of Trustees. The next item, I proposed, I know others had discussed proposing items for this topic. No one else did. The item proposed, I was the only one who proposed an item, so let me just put that forth. And my item is a proposal to appoint David S. Reed as Scio Township trustee. There's a paragraph and half background in the packet. I will just note that the statute provides that the vacancy must be filled by appointment of the township board. And that if the township board appoints somebody, then that person shall hold office only until a successor is elected on November 3rd, 2026. So there'll be a special contest during the gubernatorial election for trustee. If the township board doesn't make an appointment, doesn't fill the vacancy within 45 days after the beginning of the vacancy, so 45 days from March 11th, then the county clerk shall call a special election with each county party committee submitting a nominee to fill the vacancy. Based on the rules, the special election would be held on August 5th, 2025. It would be a special election called for by the county, paid for in full by Scio Township for the sole purpose of choosing between the Democratic Party's nominee and the Republican Party's nominee. There wouldn't be open nominations. But in that case, the individual elected would serve the full unexpired term through November 20th, 2028. My proposal, tonight is to appoint David S. Reed as Scio Township trustee. I received, as the entire board did, that, surprising note from, Judy on Friday afternoon. Well, not so surprising, but note from Judy on Friday afternoon. I called David Saturday morning because he had, received just 61, I think that's the number, 61 votes fewer, just in August, and thought that that was reflective of the will of the people. I'm supporting appointing him. I have been on this board for 6 years. I have seen multiple appointments. Some we've done better than others, some processes better than others. Certainly my advocacy for a special election at the point where the then board refused to appoint the person similarly situated to David, which was Jillian, who had been the top vote getter. So I'm happy to put forth a motion to appoint David Reed as Scio Township trustee.
I'll support.
Discussion.
I have discussion. I'm gonna vote for this. David is eminently qualified, former deputy clerk, fire services committee, planning commission, LPC experience, worked on the fire millage campaign, was the deputy treasurer for a short while. I've seen him volunteer in the actual dirt, planting perennials, and so I know his heart is with Scio Township. I saw him at the volunteer mixer. I've seen him at the sustainability fair. So he's a Scio Township. He's the guy that I would support. But the question I have is, should we have made an announcement to let others at least apply, even though David would have risen to the top of that list, in my opinion, so that we could cultivate other potential leaders for our boards and commissions?
I had suggested that in my analysis, that wasn't my proposal. I had suggested to others, such as Jillian or anyone else, to bring their proposals, such as a process. So if that is an alternate proposal to this tonight, you could make that.
No, I'm prepared to support David, but I would have wished that we would have kind of allowed others to apply. I'm not in favor of a special election. And you make great points about David Rand.
You could certainly table this and launch a process on behalf of the township, or bring a proposal for a process.
And I guess, should there be consistency among our appointments? That's my concern, is consistency when there's openings on whether the DDA or the planning commission or any of our committees. And that's a kind of, I'm curious what other members feel in that regard.
Kathy?
Okay, David is eminently qualified, many years of experience,
agree.
as you just said. It doesn't get any better than this. He was just vetted by residents in the township in the primary election. So he came very close to you.
No, I agree, yeah, it's not about
Okay,
David.
I
David's-
know, I
David's
know,
the
but
guy.
I'm just saying.
Let's not name names, Kathy.
Pardon?
He was very close.
She's just upset because I beat her by one vote in general, but that's okay.
Oh, yeah. I think that it doesn't get any better than this. So we're lucky to have him. He's willing to serve, he wants to serve, he brings a wealth of experience. I think that he speaks for himself, and the situation speaks for itself, that we should proceed and take a vote on his nomination after everyone's had an opportunity to speak. But I mean, I'm just totally in favor of David and the process to nominate David.
Ryan?
I'm maybe great. Sure, great. I'm supportive of David and you both have made great comments.
Kathleen?
Yes, I'm going to support this. I actually ran with David. I have postcards with both of our pictures on it. I think there's a relevant point here that the process to appoint is available for any of us. No one else presented any other way to do it. I believe it's the will of the people and I will be voting for it.
And I do mean that sincerely, John, certainly. You know, as one really nice thing you've brought to this board is an open agenda where everybody can, you know, put proposals on the agenda. And certainly if you have a different proposal right now than supporting David, you know, we can certainly do whatever we're gonna do here. But this is, you know, I think it's the best idea. He received 2,151 votes just in the August primary. I think it's the most democratic thing to do. Any amount of outreach, 5-10 applications for a trustee. And I will say that when the board has appointed trustees in the past who don't have any measure of popular support, it hasn't worked as well.
No, I'm gonna support the motion.
We ready for a vote?
Yeah.
Okay. Roll call, Brandt,
Yes.
Noel,
Yes.
Riser,
Yes.
Carrie, absent, Gapel,
Yes.
Jessica.
Flintoff, yes. Motion adopted 5-0. David Reed, welcome to the board. And I might suggest, if I could suggest a 3-minute recess. If the board would be so willing, I could take the moment to swear in David. We can check in on Jillian
That'd be
and
excellent.
come back.
Run to the restroom.
Okay,
Good plan.
great. Okay, we'll be back in 3 minutes at 8:32.
We're at the top.
We're at the consent
Yeah,
agenda.
thank you. H1.
Um, Is David still your treasurer? Okay, consent agenda, is there a motion to,
I move the consent agenda, although there's one thing I do want to talk about. During, when it's time to discuss, that motion. I move the consent agenda.
Support.
Motion by Riser, support by Reed.
And it has to do with H6, the appoint of the board liaison to the management. And I see that it's gonna be Ryan, and I support that. But throughout it, I see that it talks about liaisons. So I'm curious if it's anticipated that there'll be future liaisons appointed.
I think it's certainly possible. When this was originally in process of being drafted, it was envisioned that trustee Monk would serve alongside me. I'm certainly open to it. The board wanted to appoint more than one liaison or liaisons, but yeah, it was originally drafted, and apologies for not catching the pluralism. With trustee Monk's name next to mine on the final list, the resolve line. So, yeah, certainly up to the board if we wanted to make a change to that.
We could appoint David.
I think I mean, I'll just say in terms of the function of it, I think it can work with one person. I think it could work with two people. I don't think it's necessary to have two people, but, and I also think that part of the reason why this is helpful is to move forward operational issues. So I think it's leaner to have one person who's full-time in the office. But that's just my comment.
And any future liaisons would come to this board for appointment.
Absolutely.
Yes.
anything else? So we had, motion by Riser, support by Reed, roll call, please.
Grant,
Yes.
Reed,
Yes.
Noel,
Yes.
Riser,
Yes.
Carrie,
Yes.
Yeaple,
Yes.
Flintoff, yes, consent agenda adopted.
Moving on to reports. There's some reports included. Any board member have? Thank you so much. Thank you. Any reports from board members that would like to contribute? Sure.
Postcards are out to anybody in the Dexter School District for the special election, May 6th. Again, just Dexter School District, Precinct 2. Absentee ballots will be mailed out the week of March 24th. And our public accuracy test is April 3rd. Also, distributed hard copy is the running list of potential upcoming board items for future meetings. We just kind of keep a running list. Any errors on my own. Last, in light of the announcement I made about the disturbing communication I'd received, I just want to thank all of the community support, staff support, the investigations moving forward, and hope to be able to have an update on it by our next meeting. But thank you, everybody.
Anyone else?
From the planning commission, a date has been set for the training that's available for board members and with an open public meeting, March 31st at 5 p.m. The topic is getting the development you want. That's on the books. The planning commission is also discussing amendments to the accessory solar ordinance. So there's some some good work happening on this.
Do you have a date for that? Sorry, did I miss that? No date yet
For what?
for this joint meeting?
No.
Okay. I'll
Which
have to check
meeting
my
are-
calendar.
I'm sorry,
You said that there was going.
She said March 31st.
Oh, okay.
At
Then
5
that's
p.m.
what I was,
5 p.m.
Oh, so for the training.
for the training, yeah, that's what I was asking for. I'll have to check my week and see if I'm available.
Is the Zoom invitation gonna be sent to everybody?
Yes, it's a public meeting. It's already posted.
Because I didn't respond. I never RSVP, but I intended to.
I don't think you respond.
And I can publish a public notice if the majority of the board might be there.
I plan to go.
Okay, I'll do that.
There's already an agenda on the webpage. I would appreciate if you do, do a notice.
Okay.
Is that it for reports?
I don't know where to mention this, if this should have been early, so apologies, but on many hands, I did just want to talk a little bit about kind of in our next steps in light of the public comment that we heard. And just kind of verify kind of our timeline on this. Because I understand from Carrie's public comment that it's a significant strain for the program to have the delay. I will reflect it is unusual for us to get a PUD application with a recommendation for denial. And so there are additional things we have to sort out. And I also thought we were close at our last meeting. And I think we probably, can get to yes with some conditions. So I'm very hopeful about that. I don't think I hear your concerns and your concerns, Carol, about delays. I will tell you, I don't think there's anything hidden or malicious or anything about the delays. I didn't understand how much work there was to do until yesterday when I saw kind of, what our team had drafted up and what you had drafted up, and I see the space here. So I guess for kind of Kathy and Kathleen, is this something that it looks like we've got it scheduled for March 25th? Does that seem realistic?
Did we schedule March 25th?
We did. That was the motion that we
Okay.
adopted. We heard that Carrie wasn't personally available, but that doesn't mean we can't do the work
Okay,
Before that date.
before that date.
so we're having the hearing on this. Not the hearing, I'm sorry.
Well, that's why I wanted to raise it, was that we might want to have, it on the 25th for, discussion or something. I'm just wondering, what could we expect by the 25th, given that Carrie has said she's unavailable, but we might be ready for action?
I envision, you would mention the consideration of Mariah and Laura and Kathleen and me meeting
Yeah.
with Carrie.
Okay, is that amenable? Is that the right group?
And my engineer, Tom.
Yeah, whoever you want, yeah. Okay,
I would say if we could try to get it scheduled the first, maybe within the next week. And that way we'll have a little buffer if we need another meeting before the board meeting. Do you think that there's any way you can change your plans and attend the board meeting?
Yeah, I will say, it's the first time I've gone out of town in 2 years, and no, I'm going with the Autism Alliance of Michigan who scheduled it, so it's a group trip. But yeah, I'll be sure when we connect.
and this is like such a bummer for the first time you've gone out of town in 2 years, so I hate that these words are even coming out of my mouth, but you can also join by Zoom.
I'm on the airplane right at that time.
Okay,
coming
got
home.
you. Okay,
But thank you for the offer.
no problem.
I will make myself available for the meeting.
Okay, great. Thank you. So Christy, can you make sure that gets scheduled ASAP? Okay.
So since Laura's gonna be involved, Laura is here on Tuesday and Thursday, and her schedule may end up being controlling one. Mariah's usually can make it work Tuesday.
She's usually here on every Tuesday, and I just checked, and she doesn't have, at least on our calendar, any scheduled time out of the office in the next 2 weeks. Mariah.
Often she's just here half a day on Tuesday. No, she's not usually here in the afternoon. We would have to talk to her.
Okay,
Yeah,
yeah.
she can't be.
That's why I asked Christy to be the scheduling wizard. Thank you. Thank you, Jillian.
Moving, no public hearings tonight. Moving on to unfinished business. K1 was tabled, correct?
Yes,
Postpone or table? Postpone to a date certain?
so March 25th, yep.
K2 is adoption of FY 26 township budget.
Great. We have, the item here, and I'll pull in, Melanie Crowther from, Plant Moran will join. Again, the time schedule, everybody's done an awesome job working on the capital plan and the budget this year. I honestly think this was the best deliberated budget we've done in many years. And it keeps becoming more democratic and more informative. So thank you. I'll turn it over to Kathleen, who has a brief presentation, but want to make sure your attention is directed to the items that we'll be taking action on tonight. There is a prepared resolution I prepared to adopt the budget with the list of authorized positions incorporated, as well as the full budget detail. So this includes all of the changes that we made at the March 3rd. But please flip through these documents as Kathleen gives her presentation and Melanie is available for questions.
So you can.
Sorry about that, Kathleen. There you go.
Okay, I'm pulling up the, my slide deck. That being displayed.
Alright,
And then let's turn your speaker and mic on.
It's, okay, so, I prepared a presentation, that hits the highlights, we'll say that. So this is for the 2025 to 2026 budget. We have a slide on the process, which we reviewed before. Department head requests on December 20th, multiple review sessions with department heads to refine their budgets. Supervisor submitted recommendations February. Again, multiple reviews by the Board of Trustees. We conducted a public hearing on February 25th. And now tonight, we're ready to take action. So this next slide, sorry if it's not giving you. This next slide gives you some details to understand the budget. Currently, we have estimated general fund revenue of $6.4 million. We have working approved expenditure, $7.1 million. Which puts us in a $785,000 deficit. And we talk about that later. And then there's some assumptions that were provided in how some of the numbers were derived to carry forward from prior years. We increased revenue and expenditures by 2.5%. Estimated property tax revenue increased by 3.1%. That's directed by the state. Health insurance increase 3.3. OPEB, which is,
Health insurance would be 13.3%, just to let everybody.
what did I say that?
You said 3.
Sorry.
Yep, no problem.
13.
Bigger, thank you for that.
Yes.
And then also, pension. And then there was extensive work on a capital improvement plan, including all the, department heads. There was a great deal of work on that. A lot of thought went into it. I've got some slides on specifics on what the capital improvement plan includes. This is very hard to read, but if you can, look at it on your own, we have projects for building and grounds. We have projects for water and sewer. There's, a township vehicle, $40,000. And then we had things associated with roads. I will say that the capital improvement plan was not changed if there was a change in the budget. It is a placeholder document. It's for the record. We still go through a process to approve any expenditure. And then further, we had parks. Lots of projects that the Parks Director is working on. Land preservation. The DDA has projects. Again, we didn't update the capital improvement plan based on the budget. And then the fire department has significant projects going out through the entire 6 years. Also, there were new employee positions that were approved. Finance director, not technically a new position. Salary estimate, 125,000, hoping to hire by June 1st. Put a note in here, it's not a new position, it has been vacant since November 2021. Staffed by consultants. And then next, we have 3 records clerks. This is to take our hard copy records and digitizing them so they're easier to access, more stable. That's 52,000 for those 3 people. We did approve a training officer for fire. Estimated salary $90,000. This hire date is in future periods. It's based on the fire station completion, but we did take the effort to approve the position. And then further parks for natural area technicians. These are seasonal. In last year, I believe we had 2, so this is supplementing to a level that the Parks Department had in the prior year. I put a slide in here to try to give people a way to view a complicated budget in spreadsheet form. I just tried to put some information on how do you interpret this? So you can see there's a department head request in one column, supervisor recommendation, and then finally board approved. And I also put a note in here about the ending fund balance. This is significant because the fund balance should be considered as a cash reserve to cover expenses. And the township does have fund balance policies. For example, the general fund, we have a fund balance policy to hold 1 year of expenses. So we are maybe in deficit, but we do have the cash reserves to cover that. And then there's details on each of the various funds. The general fund, this is high level. It doesn't show all the details, but it gives you a sense of where we're at in prior years. You can see that expenses go up Revenues go up slightly based on the state mandated percentages. And then regarding the deficit, we made a one-time fund balance exception for attorney fees and HVAC replacement. So we do understand that we are dipping into fund balance, but again, it's not that we're at zero. We have plenty of fund balance. Sure.
Is this presentation online? On the
Part of
website?
the packet.
Okay, it's not. Okay. I didn't see it in my packet.
It was
Sorry.
updated, it was included late.
Yeah, it was sent to all the then board members. So that's how I got it.
Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah, so just background, we had a meeting on March the 3rd to try to finalize our approved budget. And from that, there was additional work done by the accountants. And I started my work after they finished their work, so that's what.
Take time.
Yep. Transit fund is listed here. Our millage does not cover all of our expenses for transit fund. We do have fund balance that should be covered until, I estimated, I may be slightly off by a year, 2032, whether it's 2031 or, but it's something that we need to be aware of.
We have a full projection about that fund on our website.
And then fire fund details, what's significant here is, we did have a millage increase, which allows the fire chief to plan the second fire station. And the township is using, a bond to pay for that. So you will see that the fund balance jumps, the ending fund balance jumps significantly when we capture the next year's taxes. And that is simply because we are bonding this expense. We get to keep the bond money in the bank. We will spend it over the time it takes to build the fire station. So that's why you see a jump in fund balance. It's all planned out by the chief to cover the building, to cover firefighters, to cover equipment. Can't think of anything else. Additional staff. Yes, we do. That was a question that was asked. So that's one of the benefits of bonding. You get it right away. It was recommended not to apply for a bond for the entire amount instead of doing it in increments.
And to be clear, that question of bonding will come back to the board later in the year.
This is high-level details on the Parks Fund. The director is using her millage very well, trying to match expenses to revenues. Sewer. This does show a slight deficit. So I just highlighted that. Again, they have plenty of fund balance. I don't know if the system itself is capitalized. I don't know if that is reflected in the fund balance. If you have any questions, please stop me. Because this is some fun stuff, right? Water fund details. Again, it's a big budget. It's a big system. Lots of work occurs. Lots of work is planned for the infrastructure. LPC, LPC has a fund balance. Last year, they did not acquire any properties, so their fund balance grew. And they're hoping to acquire a number of properties going forward. So the fund balance, the deficit is not at all a concern because of their fund balance. And continuing with the DDA. There's a note on here that you need to be recognizing that the DDA, their fund balance has in it the capitalization of Jackson Road, which will be depreciated over time. Interesting and unusual accounting.
But correct.
Okay.
I verified that, but yes, it's an intangible.
Yes, it would be correct accounting.
Intangible asset. Do you want to explain that to us, Melanie?
I can do a very high level that yes, the accounting is correct, but you do have to record some of these assets that typically really are not cash related. So it just makes it very confusing. But you are including the Jackson Road into your fund balance, which will then get depreciated over the life of the asset. And typically these lives are pretty long term, so you'll gradually see those go down. But unfortunately, yes, it's just weird accounting. And really what you want to look at is kind of your current year budget and not kind of looking at these capital values. But it does make for some long conversations that probably would be very, I don't know whether I'd use the word interesting for the board.
Yes, taxing.
Yeah.
What is unusual to me is that Scio Township does not own the road. So it's
Correct.
unusual to see
Yeah.
that we are carrying the capital asset.
Yeah. And that's why it's considered an intangible asset, but you technically have a right of use of the asset.
Okay. Thank you for that explanation.
Yep. No problem.
Now, here's a significant slide because when you go through all of the budgets, board spent so much time on evaluating, dropping the deficit. We had something like, initially we had a $2.4 million deficit. We worked that down to 700,000. I'm representing here what townships in Washtenaw County, what their millage rates are. Because this shows where Scio has some constraints. For example, charter townships typically have a higher millage rate. They start at 5 mils and then it goes down based on the Headley, I believe. But we are not a charter township, so we are trying to wisely spend taxpayer dollars. We're not even at the high end of general law townships. We're close to Dexter. Some of these other ones are small townships. Northville, 8.6, small township Webster, 4.6. So this is to give you some sense that we do have constraints. It's a budget. It's based on the revenues that we are able, the tax revenue that we're able to accomplish. Any questions on that?
Just to be clear, charter townships, they don't start at a base of 5. That's, they possibly could, but there's charter townships that are less than 5.
One other thing about this that's interesting, if you really like to look at numbers, these are summary millages for these townships. I broke it out for Scio, but all of these other townships have similar breakdowns. And it's interesting to see what they assess millage on, whether it's fire services, law enforcement. So that's how they get to some of these numbers because they do assessments for public safety.
And I'd say we're pretty fortunate, but I think it may be a little unusual, but we're fortunate. We fund our sheriff's services and our road services through the general fund currently.
Yep.
Currently we're able to.
Which is a good segue to the next slide.
That we're using ARPA funds on roads.
That's true. I don't think it's sustainable, but
Well,
we
no.
have been able to.
So future funding concerns, the Scio Township Board of Trustees is actively overseeing funding and spending amid the current instability and uncertainty in federal and state appropriations. it is anticipated a rebalancing of existing revenues may be necessary to address public health, safety, and welfare needs. Key concerns are outlined below. We reviewed this in our March 3rd meeting. These are topics that we really need to keep an eye on. For example, the DDA captures much more of the general fund than the rest of operations for the township. It's a percentage higher that is significant. That rate, DDA capture rate, 50%. That was established, I believe, when the DDA was established. The main purpose for the DDA was to put in improvements in Jackson Road and sewer and water infrastructure. So that high rate may have been appropriate at the time that these systems were built, but it does no longer seems to be the case that they need that much revenue, that much capture. A significant item here, sheriff's expense, is 25% of the total general fund revenue. So back to the previous slides where we talked about townships that have separate millages. Scio pays for that out of the general fund. And then further, if you look at the DDA district itself, that has the highest incidence of law enforcement. I have a crime map, which I didn't include here. So one could make the reference that the DDA is under contributing to the cost of law enforcement. And it appears to me we need a rebalance of their capture rate. We need to look at funding for roads going forward. We have the HVAC system that the federal rebates are, we don't know. It's a total, we don't know. So we keep track of what we expect to get, close to $600,000. If that falls through, then the general fund has to make that up. And then I mentioned the transit fund. We have a deficit every year. It's cumulative. We have fund balance to cover for part of that time. And then finally, continued double-digit annual increase in health insurance is not sustainable. In the previous slide, we saw that for this past year, it went up 13.3%. That's something that needs to be addressed. And that's the presentation. Any questions? No, the board.
As an observation, didn't we just pass a renewed bus millage?
Yes,
Why didn't we increase it if we're running a deficit?
I think they missed the wave contribution. It wasn't included in the calculation for millage rate.
Yeah. I would say there was a lack of information. The committee making the recommendation on the millage rate maybe didn't have complete information at the time that the recommendation came to the board. I followed the recommendation of the committee, and that was, in hindsight, I regretted that because we quickly found out after that it was insufficient. We've talked about this at a meeting, and we have a projection and some ideas on how to do it, but we've got a few years.
I was gonna say, is it 6 years or 10 years?
10, it's a 10-year.
So it's an item that we might consider setting general fund aside to take care of them. Just an idea.
Anyone else?
Jessica, is this where I tell you?
Go for it.
Okay, so we need to already ask for a budget amendment for 590 and 591. In the 980 fund of 26,000 for each fund.
26 or 21? 26?
20, I have 26
Okay,
for each fund.
okay. And
Use of the tractor.
is there also an increase in the 101, 265 buildings and grounds?
Buildings and grounds.
No?
I didn't have anything notated for that one.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure, because the tractor item in consent actually had it split across water, sewer, grounds,
And parks.
and parks.
Okay, well, parks is
Where-
already set, so.
And parks is set. I checked, I did.
Let me just take a peek.
Yeah, because I did double check after we talked, sorry, on
Okay.
the way
Yeah,
in,
we didn't.
because because I saw that the consent agenda item was a little different than.
Okay, yeah, let me just take a look at it before
Okay.
you guys
Cool.
adopt.
So timing at our next meeting, we're gonna make budget adjustments for the current year, correct?
Yeah, and what Christy's talking about is a proposed amendment to the resolution here for next year. So, so the proposed, well, Christy's looking for that, the proposed resolution, I prepared, has 17 paragraphs. Does anybody have any questions? I will just note there's a standard language, and, you know, definitely noting that we're in compliance with the fund balance policy, but the two stated reasons why we are dipping into our fund balance this year. A note about the instability of the federal government and funding right now. Stating that we would assign $603,200 of general fund balance to be assigned, sort of reserved in case those IRS direct pay payments do not in fact come through for the necessary HVAC replacement. The revenues. Paragraph 9, estimated expenditures. Department buildings and grounds, 265. Christie, I have that we would add 10,500 for the tractor. Is
Yeah,
that
there's 30,000 in the
10%?
the budget. I'm just looking for the.
Oh, yeah, so I
agenda
saw,
items,
I
so.
saw the 30,000 and 265, I think was for the security cameras.
It was.
There was nothing.
Okay, okay.
And for
Then
the
just
front
add
office
whatever the
furniture,
differences are.
Yeah.
So,
but the 10% for buildings and grounds, right? What we're going for. I think that's what was just in the item we just adopted in consent. To purchase the tractor, it said 10% for buildings and grounds is what we just adopted. So I wanna.
Well, it makes sense because they'll use it to.
I was thinking about it in terms of the dollar amount, not the percent, so. Sure, percent.
So I would suggest on paragraph 9, if we could make the following amendments. That 265, we would add 10,500. And that total 101 expenditures would go up by 10,500 with the accompanying changes on the budget detail. Paragraph 9. 590, we would add 26,000. And 591, 26,000.
correct. So there's plenty.
For an additional 52,000, bringing to 35,700,000 for non-101 expenditures. In the adoption of the authorized position, detailed budget is by reference, meaning that if we adopt this resolution, we would be adopting the 2 attachments. Reference, okay. And in light of Kathleen's presentation on paragraph 14, I wanted to have an idea. I don't know what the board thinks. Would it be helpful if we included in the periodic financial reports periodically summary statement of the status of the Scio future funding concerns as presented, just as a way so we keep tracking?
Sure.
Questions or comments?
Anyone?
Refreshing to see this detail. Thank you.
Good job, everybody. Everybody did a great job working
This was
together.
good. This was very good, Captain. Thank you.
Kathleen Brandt, for all your work and presentation skills and putting it together.
Thank you, Kathleen. Is there a motion? Well, is there anything else? We have, there's a couple of other attachments. And we should be good on those, right?
Yep.
Yeah, as long as everybody through consensus, the changes I just noted on the resolution, we would also change
Oh, the resolution.
in the detail.
Okay. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution as amended? Once.
I will.
Okay. Is there support?
Right.
Oh, wait a minute. We had trying to pull teeth to get somebody.
I know.
Okay, and then we have everybody talking at the same time. So one person supports.
I'll support.
Okay. Roll call, please.
A resolution by Flintoff, support by Brandt. Brandt,
Yes.
Reed,
Yes.
Noel,
Yes.
Riser,
Yes.
Harry,
Yes.
Gable,
Yes.
Flintoff, yes. Budget adopted 7-0.
Thank you, everyone.
Congratulations, everybody.
Thank you.
Thanks, Melanie.
Thanks, everyone.
Good night.
Thanks,
Good
Melanie.
night.
Okay, moving on to new business, L1, call a special, possible action to call a special meeting for the purpose of holding a closed session to discuss negotiations strategy for firefighter collective bargaining agreement. So, Chief was going to give us some, did he give those to you?
He handed it to me just on my way in here. He was awaiting potential dates, from our employment attorney, Bill Thacker, for a special meeting. The purpose would be discussion, no action, to confer on negotiation strategy. He is, available as soon as tomorrow or Thursday. Tomorrow, obviously being impractical. So he's given Thursday as a potential date. I don't know if Thursday isn't magically work for everybody, then I would suggest that we might schedule a special meeting pending dates and time scheduled by Christie.
Thursday does not work for me. Kathleen and I had the Trail Woods walk through early in the afternoon on Thursday,
Okay.
and I have a meeting at 3:30. Is there any other days?
So this is all the information
Just one date?
I have, that tomorrow, it said as soon as the 12th and the 13th, and he also says he could also join remotely any morning during the week of the 24th. Mariah, can we have a closed session with a township attorney if our township attorney is joining remotely?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay,
I know his schedule's very tight.
yeah.
I know he
Out of
is.
state.
The chief is recommending we have another strategy session sooner rather than later. I know the bargaining team has been active. You had,
April, we'll be back in April.
okay, the bargaining team meets back in April, so it would behoove us to get this meeting scheduled.
What about Monday, the 24th?
I mean, I will have to check.
I'm fine with that. There's a finance general meeting at 9 a.m. and then our attorney meeting is set for that Monday at 10 a.m. But after that, I'm fine.
I think to save time, I should probably get dates from our attorney first and then
Okay.
Okay.
go back to the board.
But maybe,
Would you consider postponing the walkthrough at Trail Woods?
Okay. Aaron Cohen contacted me again today. And I told him we were doing it this week, and we rescheduled it a couple times.
No, that's
The
a
weather's gonna
commitment.
be good.
It's a
And
commitment.
suppose we could.
I could do 9. I have 11 booked down with fire station.
What about Friday, the 28th? It'll put me over my 20 hours a week, but
Friday, the 28th
That would
would
work.
work for me, but we need to hear
Yeah,
from Bill Thacker.
yeah.
But it's the 28th works for me at this time.
do we want to aim for the week of the 24th though?
Well, he said that was the only, is available then, right?
Those mornings, so
mornings
it's like
of
the
the
20, it sounds like later in the week's better for everybody.
So
You won't be here.
That week.
maybe the 28th? This is a question mark, tentative?
It looks like the 28th. It won't work for David, but Kathleen, yes?
Yes.
Jessica, yes. Jillian?
Yes. Does another day that week work for you, David?
I'm gone that week.
Oh, that's the week you're gone.
Yes.
Oh,
I'm gone the first part of the week, but I can come to a
you're
meeting.
back
I can come to a
by the
meeting
end of the
Friday.
week. Okay.
Okay.
So the 28th,
Yeah, let's aim for Friday.
what time? Your time to be, the morning,
Morning.
you say?
Morning?
Whatever the most.
What do you want to call
What'd
it
he
first?
say?
9? He said the morning. Did you want to say 9 or 10?
10 o'clock? 10 o'clock.
10?
If it works for others.
Okay.
I'll be here.
All right.
Yeah. Thanks for taking the time to do this. It does work better when we just set the dates and times.
If I could zoom,
28th.
if you post.
Well, but you can't.
I can't vote, but I can.
Nobody can listen.
You can listen. So are we ready for a motion? I'm ready to make a motion. I make a motion to call a special meeting for the purpose of discussing strategy of a collective bargaining agreement for Friday, March 28th at 10 a.m.
Support.
Voice vote, please. Oh, wait a minute. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None, motion passes. Chrissy, you're gonna send something out in an invitation.
I'll take care of it.
Please, okay.
Don't
This
worry
is
about it.
not, can't, for some reason, save it in my.
It's fine. I got it.
And I'm sorry, who seconded that?
Ryan.
Thank you, Ryan.
Okay, moving on. This is L2. Possible action closed session to discuss material exemption disclosure pursuant to MCL 15.268(1)(h) and to consider purchase of real estate. No. Pursuant to MCL 15.268 and also under the other MCL. It's H. And here it is. Is that right? Disclosure pursuant to MCL 15.268(1)(h). Oh, I see how he has it. That's what it's not. Anyways, we need a vote to go into closed session.
Right, and those two purposes for just layperson language is to discuss purchase or lease of real property and also material exempt from state or federal disclosure.
And did everybody receive for the second part of it through, you have that through email? Did you not?
David wouldn't have gotten it. I have a copy of it.
Okay.
Process question, the people that have a conflict of interest. Do we need to go through that process before we go to closed session or after?
I think probably before. Our rules are pretty fuzzy. Our rules talk about vote. They don't talk about discussion. Our practice has been discussion. So with a closed session, to not participate in a discussion if we have one, this discussion would happen in closed session, so seems like.
Is there somebody that is coming forward with a conflict of interest?
I do.
Yeah, whoever wants to go first.
Well, okay, I don't think I have a perceived conflict of interest. And there are no promises of future benefit for me, no financial interest in this. I don't think I have a conflict of interest.
And that is what our rules say. It's really about each person. It's super vague. It's about real or perceived conflict of interest. And these are two matters. So I would think that if we go into closed session for two matters, if I'll sit out for the first part, but would ask that others.
Okay, you have to have the board approve.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
So,
Thank you.
and
You mean
So-
now or in closed session?
We would have
Now,
to do
there's
that
no
now.
action in closed
Okay,
session,
gotcha.
so. So I would state on the record, I believe I have a perceived conflict of interest. I don't feel conflicted, but that's the whole thing about conflict of interest. You put it out there when it's a perception even. I've received sizable donations over the years to my legal defense fund and my committee campaign fund from the party related to the real property. And I believe it's a perceived conflict. Don't want it to tarnish any of this very, very good work and good proposal. So would ask for the board's permission to be accepted from the discussion on the consideration of purchase of a conservation easement and the vote.
And I would. I'm not gonna make that motion, and I would ask you if you could set that aside and base your decision on the recommendations of our LPC committee and as well as our consultant. And if that's the case.
Yeah, I can,
Okay.
but that's why it's a perceived conflict.
No, I appreciate that. I'm just not gonna vote for it. I think you should be allowed to vote because there are so many people that contribute to us. And as long as we base our votes on the recommendations from our committees, deliberations, and that's just my personal.
No, absolutely. I respect it, different, I find that perceptions of conflicts can be just as destructive as
And I appreciate that.
actually feeling conflicted. So that's why I put it out there. So,
I too have the same issue, but I don't feel conflicted. I don't feel that I have a conflict. The same issue that you have.
As well as I do.
And
so I've
I
asked for
did
the board's
not, I
permission.
did not. I did not receive. It was returned, so there's no money that I have. For both of my campaigns, there was no money. So anyways,
So I would request a motion. I mean, I'm requesting it. You can let it hang, but I need to request it.
okay, is there? You have a motion to,
No, I just
she's-
a request.
Oh,
And if
you're
nobody wants
requesting-
to make it,
I'm
that's
waiting
okay.
for one of us, which I'm not going to do, to make a motion.
Right.
I will make a motion to allow Clerk Flintoff to abstain.
For the reasons
Is there-
stated on the record.
Yes.
is there a support? Roll call vote, please.
A motion by Grant, support by Noel. Grant,
To be clear. Voting yes means you can't vote, voting no means you can.
No.
You can abstain.
yes, the motion
is to allow her to abstain.
right, to
So if you
sit
vote
out,
yes,
sit out the discussion and the vote on the perceived conflict. Grant,
Yes.
Reed?
No.
Noel?
Yes, this is the motion to allow you to abstain.
Correct.
Okay.
Riser?
No.
Carrie?
No.
Gapel?
Yes.
Flintoff? Yes. Motion passes 4-3.
So I also would ask for a motion to allow me to abstain based on a contribution to my political campaign.
I would move the motion that trustee Brandt made to allow her to abstain for the reasons indicated as so on the record.
Support.
Roll call vote, please.
Grant?
Yes.
Reed?
No.
Noel?
Yes.
Riser?
No.
Carrie?
No.
Gapel?
Yes.
Flintoff? Yes. Motion passes 4-3.
And you want to make the same motion? Me?
I'm not gonna make it unless.
You have to
there's a
request, the person has to request
If
it.
somebody requests it to be made and they're asking to be abstained and it seems reasonable, I generally will support it. I have in the past of this body.
There's so little guidance, it's just.
But no, if people declare they don't have a conflict, I don't have. So
I'm on the LPC. I don't feel.
I don't
That's
feel
fine.
conflicted either.
it's ultimately. a
Okay, then,
personal-
yeah, you two stay out, we go in.
But if there's no motion, there's no motion.
No, the motions failed.
No, the motion's passed.
Oh, they
Four
have.
to, four to
I'm
three.
talking about for
You
David.
guys,
So there is no,
Sorry, can't keep
David's not
track.
requesting, I don't think it's any more motion. I would suggest that we have the motion to go into closed session.
So moved.
Wait a minute, no, somebody has to make the motion.
Yeah.
Do you want to
We
read
gotta
it?
tighten that up.
Okay. Is it on here?
It's right here.
Oh, there, yes, okay. For L2, to go into closed session to discuss material exempt from disclosure pursuant to MCL 15.2681H and to consider the purchase of real estate pursuant to MCL 15.2681D.
Support.
Motion by Carrie, support by Yeaple. This needs to be a,
2/3 vote, so 5 members. Roll call, please.
okay, Brandt,
Yes.
Reed,
Yes.
Noel,
Yes.
Riser,
Yes.
Carrie,
Yes.
Yeaple,
Yes.
Flintoff, yes. Motion adopted. The board is going to move into closed session at 9:31 PM. The public can stay here. The board will go there. Christy is designated to take closed session minutes in my absence.
We're not coming at all?
No,
Not till the second
my
half.
request is that, somebody come get me when you're done.
I can
You're
come
talking
get
about
the
this
two
conservation.
abstaining members when we move to the next subject. Are you okay with that, Attorney?
Yeah, I mean, I think you could come. The motion was that you not be part of the discussion, but.
Oh. Is that what we usually do?
we
We
don't
usually
make
have
people leave
people.
the table,
Yeah, okay.
so.
She can listen, she can't talk.
That's fine.
Okay.
Session for 2 things.
I
like to do
Go away.
So we have this.
You really watch it. It's too long already.
For 2. Yeah, that's why I was like, this doesn't make sense.
I agree.
But it's fine. I don't need.
Happy to.
I'm going to
What? That, there was some
Scio
other
Township
table.
Board of Trustees is reassembling in open session.
Able to.
Is there a motion to come out, to come into open session?
So moved.
Is there s- Wait a minute. Support by Gable? Okay. We need a roll call. We need roll call for that or voice vote? All in favor of coming back into open session, say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Only Kathy, because she's not here.
We're in open session at 10:20 PM.
Oh, we did that one. So do you have the, I've already. Oh, you have it for the, for L2, the concert,
Yes.
okay. Go ahead, please.
I move that Scio Township allocate an amount not to exceed $274,000 from Fund 223 Open Space Land Preservation Fund to purchase a conservation easement on approximately 13 acres in Scio Township pursuant to LPC application 2024-3, and the township supervisor be authorized to sign the closing documents, and that up to $5,000 be allocated for the closing costs also from Fund 223 Open Space Land Preservation.
Is there support?
Support.
And that was, motion by Reed, support by Abel. Roll call vote, please.
Okay. I will note the board previously accepted Brandt and Flintoff for voting on this. Reed,
Yes.
Noel,
Yes.
Riser,
Yes.
Carrie,
Yes.
Yeaple,
Yes.
Flintoff and Brandt abstained. Motion adopted 5-0. Thank you.
Next on the agenda is, excuse me, L4. This is the a request to remove Heather Berkovitz from Parks, Pathways and Preserves Committee. Parks Director Harrington. Hello.
I can give you some background on why I wanted to present this tonight. I just want to start by saying there is no, no issues with Heather's performance in the past or any critique on her time on the committee. It's the issue that we run into is that we're no longer able to reach her via phone. Her phone number is disconnected and all of her emails bounce back both to me and to all that have attempted to reach out to her. And so unfortunately, we're typically not able, well, not typically not able. There are times when it becomes very close to us not reaching quorum. And for example, we've had to cancel the meeting tomorrow because we won't be able to reach quorum for our PPP committee meeting. So we really need to remove Heather so that we can replace her with someone that's able to attend the meetings. And she actually has not been in attendance. Her last meeting was September of last year.
Have you spoke to her about it?
Well, I can't.
Okay.
I've tried calling and emailing other members. Roy and Rita, the co-chairs have tried to reach out to her, and so has Chris Chang, and no one can get to her.
How about where her appointment?
That's where we tried to reach her too, and her number's disconnected because she's a Realtor. So we looked up her information and that phone number on her Realtor account is gone.
And I also want to be, just out of an abundance of caution, I just want to be sensitive about how much personal
No,
information
Yeah.
we're sharing. I'm just
no,
commenting on the
I'm either
spot.
gonna vote for this or I'm gonna ask to postpone it for one meeting and we can try, but if we've done all the trying there is to do, then.
I can, just a little more background information. We had given her permission to not attend in November and December because she was taking a night class that was consistently interrupting her ability to attend the meetings. And we were told, all right, at the end of December, I'm back in, and then never heard from her ever again, so.
We emailed her, but it's bounced back. US mail?
I don't have her mailing address.
I do.
You do.
So she still is in the tax parcel in the record, as owning property. Julian just asked me in the neighborhood where Julian lives. So I can give it to you. I'd be happy to do that, but I'm not sure.
I just am not sure. I think if she wanted to reach out to us to let us know that she was still interested, then she would have. I would be motivated to figure something out today, if possible, so that we can work on appointing somebody as soon as possible, but if it needs to be postponed.
I think it's reasonable to take action today.
Yeah, I think it's reasonable too. I'll just say this is the first time, at least in my time on the board, that we've been asked to remove a committee member, and Murphy stopped by my desk a week ago or so. You know, I pointed out the language in the charge here, which does say committee members after a hearing by majority vote of the township board. I just say for the future, that might be a little too much,
Do we schedule the hearing?
but
Or is this the hearing?
I'm open.
Right, that's
This got added at the top of this agenda. And this is the information we have. So I will say that the charge says after a hearing, I would just say that is the charge we're living by. I think that's a little formal for advisory committee members. But it does say hearing. And so that's gotta have some meaning.
My preference would be to schedule a hearing at the next meeting.
Okay.
And maybe give her US mail or whatever notice, and if she is at that hearing, then she can explain, maybe she'll resign on her own ahead of time.
Yeah.
I don't wanna have a hearing without the subject of that hearing not having gotten notice.
Like certified mail.
Sure.
Yeah, no, I think there's lots of things. It sounds like you've done everything you can to get a hold of her, and I really appreciate that. But it sounds like there's mail we could try. Christie, I don't know, you could help Murphy a little bit with some
I'm
proper
gonna-
noticing.
I'm gonna support this, but the main question is, are we there yet? And if it requires a hearing,
Let me just ask, what do you see as a hearing? I mean.
I don't know.
we're convening for the,
Representation.
we're convening for the purpose of determining whether this board should remove you. You know, it's been alleged that you haven't shown up since September and you were given a grace period for these two. What say you, or do you have, is there some reason that you haven't shown up that we should take into consideration? And then she might say, yes, I've been attending to family members who are sick, or this or that, or I had a situation or whatever, and it might be compelling enough for us to reconsider, might be.
So it sounds like we've done everything except include her to defend herself.
Or the hearing, that's right.
No, well, after 3 months of attempting to contact a person,
But it says after hearing though.
That's the thing I noticed in the charge, because Murphy came to me and I was like, well, let me see what the process is. Let's look at the charge. And then I got to there and I said, well, we better put this on the board agenda. But that is the only guidance the charge gives.
Well, and then with the hearing, the person, they would have to be here, I would assume.
Will be
Or at least
notified.
given the opportunity, notice to appear
And if they don't.
in the hearing, and then it'll give her the opportunity to resign, save us from having to do this, if that's what she prefers.
I think that's fair, John. I'm also hearing though Murphy has a concern because their committee's not been able to make quorum. Is that part of it?
Yes,
the urgency.
And as long as we can at least start looking at previous applications for the committee in the process of notifying her via mail and then giving her a chance to be part of a public hearing. That way, when that time comes, we have some information to move on right away.
I have a question for you and maybe this board. What is the impact? Was Judy on your committee?
Yes.
And what is the impact of Judy's resignation that we've now accepted due to your EPP and its quorum requirements?
Well, it's definitely made it more difficult. I'd say Judy, not just Judy, but we're kind of towing the line a lot of the times because a lot of the people on the committee do also still have full-time jobs. So not everyone's able to make it every single time. And, you know, people still have kids that are in school, so they have conflicts in their schedules. So every time we lose someone, it does matter because like I said, tomorrow, we're already without Judy and without Heather, not able to.
Then I would suggest to this board that we have as an agenda item at our next meeting, a replacement for Judy on the PPP.
It's at the top of the upcoming meetings.
And also on the LPC.
I put the TBD
Okay,
soon
now,
for board
presumably-
appointments to those.
Since I'm on the LPC, I would then be the board representative of the LPC, presumably.
Well, if the board, yeah.
If the board
decided,
nominate.
Yeah.
And presumably also Judy was the board representative to PPP, so I would also be willing to do that unless you want it, or.
Yeah, I'd be willing and you're willing, so between whatever the board decides.
And so, and then on kind of the attendance issues, have you all talked about sometimes it's helpful to kind of reduce frequency of meetings? Is that something?
No, we
That's
only meet
helpful.
once a month as it is, and even that is not sufficient. And so we've
Okay.
actually been talking about having supplemental meetings during our busier times of the year so that we're all on the same page and we're not just, hopefully, everybody makes it to that one meeting so then we can give them that information. We want to make sure that everybody has the chance, especially because that group of people is also my core volunteer group right now. So we need to make sure that we're on the same page as much as possible. I've lost the point of where I started that sentence.
That's okay.
Um,
That makes sense.
Oh, but someone had proposed that we try setting our meeting time closer to like evening or the afternoon, so maybe at like 6 or 7. Might give people who are working a better shot of attending.
Yeah, that's right. It's the committee's prerogative on how frequently and when and what day you meet. What does the board want to do with this item right here now?
Do you have a motion?
I would move that we set a hearing at our next agenda or meeting regarding whether or not Heather Berkowitz should be removed from the PPP committee. And I would add, and that notice be given to Ms. Berkowitz via US mail, via email, and any other available avenues of communication.
Certified US.
Yeah, sometimes people don't pick up certified mail.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan either.
Yeah.
It's a really good way for people to ignore something
Yep.
from you.
But this would require practically, I mean, like getting a notice out, or if maybe you can draft.
If you're gonna do
some work,
certified,
get it out.
do US and certified, because US just costs you stamps and they go to the mailbox, where certified, they might not pick it up.
And once you mail the notice, it is considered notice, whether she opens it. But with the certified, if you get it back as not being delivered, then it's not notice, so.
So she's been on the Parks Committee for what, 2 years?
Couple of years, yeah.
Yeah, I think this is her first term, which would have expired in December of this
She
year.
was the secretary, did a good
Yeah, yeah,
job.
she was very active.
I like.
I liked her.
Are you okay with this plan?
Yes. Thank you.
Doesn't matter, we are gonna do it.
We had.
Thanks for asking though.
Is there support?
I'd
Oh,
support.
you did you support already? Oh, no, I'm sorry.
That's fine.
Clerk Pop supported, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None, motion passes. Thank you, Murphy.
Thank you.
Thank you for your
Thanks,
patience.
Murphy. Christie, can you help me with proper noticing?
Yes.
Will someone have Murphy contact me about this?
I just suggested, Christie,
Yeah.
I'll talk to you, Mariah.
Yeah, perfect.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I will say for the future, that seems a little like, I don't know. Yeah, our committee charter.
Are you good with staying?
Yeah, I'm good.
All right, moving on to the last item. Trustee Brandt, you brought this forward through Treasurer Yeaple.
We've added to the agenda a resolution rejecting the Compensation Commission's 2025 supervisor salary determination. I think we typically have a motion before we discuss.
Yeah. I would move the motion to move the resolution as presented.
I'll support.
Are we starting here?
No, I can wait my turn.
Go ahead, John. Well, usually you just jump in, so.
No, my apologies.
Not
I'm-
you, just everybody does, so
No, I've apologized and yield
they say,
until
I
my
have something to say, so then say, sure,
Why don't
go
we go
ahead.
around the table?
Let's. For record.
Then go ahead, because he doesn't want to go yet.
I'm okay going.
I ain't come here.
No, I just didn't want to be, I didn't want to jump in front of someone if it wasn't my turn, that's all. So what I don't like about this is it doesn't heed the recommendations of our compensation commission. And Jeff Jackson spoke, John Boyd spoke, Jonathan Greenberg spoke at our last meeting, and to a person, they felt that they had sufficient data on which to make their recommendations. I know one of the comments was, we want to have this salary be an amount that someone would want to run for office with a salary commensurate with what the role has become. I realize that it's not a full-time position, notwithstanding the number of hours that the supervisor and the prior supervisor spend in Township Hall. And I realize that we're not a charter township, we're just a little old general law township, but we're a pretty big one with significant income. And like I said at my prior meeting, we have a lot going on here. We have to deal with the trash hauling, we have to deal with residents on that. There are so many boards and commissions. There's the LASA, there's the DDA, there's all kinds of things that the supervisor involved with. Currently, there's the border review. So what I not worry, one of my concerns is that it's an all or nothing proposition, and I don't like that. A couple of years ago, the trustees got a 33% raise from 7,500 to 10,000. The supervisor got a $40,000, I'm sorry, a 11% raise, from 40,000 to 44,300. The treasurer went from 65 to 90. That's a 38% raise. Now, these are over 2 years. So it's not like it was 19 and plus 19, but so over a 2-year period, trustee was 33%, supervisor was 11%, treasurer was 38.5% over 2 years, clerk was 18% over 2 years. So a couple of years ago, the supervisor got the lowest of the raises. Obviously the 40,000 was reduced from the 72K that it was temporarily at, but it went back to 40, and then it only went up to 11%, where others went up higher than that. So on historical purposes, the increase for the supervisor lagged. Currently, we have proposed for the board over a 2-year, 5%, which is 2.5, 6.1 or something, which is just 3 point something, 3%, maybe 3.05% for the treasurer, and the supervisor is 86%. That is a whopping raise, and maybe that's too damn high, but that's what the compensation commission recommended. So the question I have is there some way that we can reach compromise? And I know it sounds like it's all or nothing, but what if hypothetically a proposition that if we voted not or to reject it, we just remain silent on that, but there was something placed on this record tonight by the supervisor that if this were to go through, that I would forego X amount. I would only take X amount, whatever, something more than just the COLA, because the job is so much more. Whether that's something that's a possibility to reach compromise, that it's something less than the 86% over 2 years, something less than the 82.5, but certainly more than the 44,308, something in the, I don't know, $50,000-$60,000 range rather than the 82.5 range. And I'm just put that out there as a possibility for compromise on this board. I yield the floor.
Okay, I've got several comments. I went back to the materials that the Compensation Commission reviewed at their February 25th meeting. This was the meeting when they compared various salaries. Now remember, you guys all know this, Michigan has 1,240 townships. Of these, 139 are charter townships. Scio is a general law township. The Compensation Commission reviewed supervisor salaries from 5 charter townships and only 2 general law townships when they did their analysis. One of these general law townships had a lower supervisor salary than Scio. One was higher. Again, the position of supervisor in Scio is a part-time position. This is my opinion and the opinion of many other people. And this opinion is based on my experience being on the Scio board for 12 years, working with several different supervisors. There was no rationale presented to justify the 86% increase for the township supervisor, while others received a 3% increase or 5 or 6% increase. Comparables comparing 5 charter townships to Scio are largely irrelevant. The 2 general law townships, one was higher, one was lower. There was no rational basis given when we heard from the compensation commission for the increase, given there has been no increase in the duties for the supervisor. And the supervisor isn't performing any of the duties performed by the prior manager. Workloads at the township have not increased for the supervisor. If anything, they've decreased. We now have more staff taking on responsibilities that were once performed by the supervisor than before. For example, HR and the project manager. I know that Jillian has been busy and I know there's a learning curve. So I believe she has put in time, but that doesn't make this a full-time position justifying an 86% increase. I want to mention that our Scio ordinance and the state statute provide a mechanism for checks and balances on this issue. And if the township board doesn't agree with a compensation commission determination, the township board has a fiduciary responsibility to examine it, reflect on the basis for the decision, and come to their own opinion. And in my opinion, we have a fiduciary responsibility. This is a democracy, and we are charged with protecting the interests of residents in Scio Township. Others may disagree. I'm sure we will hear from people who disagree, but we are all entitled to our opinions. And an 86% salary increase with no change in job duties, I think, in the climate where we're facing a budget deficit, is inappropriate. So I am not in favor of the salary increase, and I will vote to reject the compensation commission determination.
Question. We're going down the, talking about the state.
The Scio ordinance is based on state statute. It follows all of the same parameters as the state
Does
statute.
the state statute mandate us? Yes or no? Or can we negotiate?
No, it's accept or reject. Accept or reject.
Yeah, no negotiation.
Yeah. There was some discussion at the compensation commission about different, but it's accept or reject.
Pretty much.
Treasurer Abel?
I'm supportive of this for the same reasons I mentioned on the record in the first meeting, where we discussed this, where we all ran for office, with the expectation of the salary when we ran for office, certainly, we've just passed a COLA policy at the last meeting where our employees have to wait 12 months in order to get a raise. I intend, as I stated on the record, for my raise that was passed by this board and after compensation commission recommendation, to refer back the raise money to the township. I have to think through how I want to do that as far as whether it goes to one department or how we split it, but I don't intend to. I think fair is fair. I think it's reasonable to do the work that I expect to do for the amount that I agreed to, and that would be where I'm coming from on this.
Clerk Flintoff. Oh, I'm sorry, are you finished?
Yes, thank you.
You skip. Yeah, I'll go last.
Okay. So I want to say a couple of things. One, I just want to say generally in public comment and conversations within Township Hall, there's been a lot of conflation of issues. And I just want to put out there to everybody, to Jillian, to the board, and to the public, that I think a lot of that conflation has been, inaccurate, and misguided. I think I just want to note a couple extraordinary things we have going on here. We have a board where 4 members are brand new to their job. Brand new. And we're just a few months in. We are in the devastating situation through no fault of anybody at this table of having a microscope on Scio Township right now because of the false charges, the false claim that our prior supervisor made about our current supervisor. And it's unjust and it's not right that she's going through this and that the township's going through this. And I hope that it's dismissed at the earliest possible opportunity. On the Compensation Commission, I also think it's unfortunate, I think I said this 2 weeks ago, the timing of the Compensation Commission. And I know that this was through no action at the board table, it was through action of the Compensation Commission. But we just had a Compensation Commission determination. It was made in the, and I'm a supporter of the Compensation Commission. I brought it to the board in June 2021. I think it's a good model, and I think the statute is good. We had a Compensation Commission determination in December 2021. It was in late 2023, and it took effect April 1, 2024. So if it feels like we just had a Compensation Commission, it's because we did. We then scheduled the next odd year Compensation Commission, or the Compensation Commission did, in January of 2025. So that the statute would allow for raises to take effect on April 1st, 2025. That's 12 months after the last increase. It's designed to really be on an every 2-year cycle. Everything was done lawfully. I'm not claiming anything wrong, but when you pair having 4 officials in their jobs for about 2 months at the point in time where the Compensation Commission is convening, I would say that it is difficult for the Compensation Commission to get good information, much data. I want to thank the Compensation Commissioners for your work, for your determination. I have no criticism of your work. I thank you for your service, but it is the board's role to either accept or reject the determination. I wish, you know, the Compensation Commission would have come up with something in between, something I would have certainly supported, but they didn't. And so the choice is to reject or support. My position is the same as it was 2 weeks ago, which would be to reject. I would note that is the exact same position I had in January 2020, when then Supervisor Knowles had a proposal to double his salary. It is the same vote that I took in August of 2021, when Supervisor Hathaway had a proposal to double the salary. It is not about the person, it is about the job. We are a general law township. We have a certified assessor separately that we hire, Andrea and her team. We have a director of operations. We have an organizational structure that distributes all of the non-statutory duties and non-ordinance duties that prior supervisors may have done. I would also say, I think the salary is reasonable for the job. I think it's fair, and I would also say that, you know, the Compensation Commission would meet again in 2 years. And I'm not asking a legal question on the spot, Mariah, but I believe that the statute does allow, if there are extraordinary extra duties that are being done outside of somebody's statutory duties that are brought before the board, that if those are enumerated, the board can actually authorize additional compensation if it's outside of the person's statutory duties. And I had a conversation with our other township attorney about this about a week or so ago. So not asking for a formal opinion on that, but that has always been my understanding, that if any one of the 7 of us performs duties outside of our statutory duty, the board is authorized to enumerate those and provide. So I just want to say this isn't, this is a decision for 2 years. And this is a decision where the board still has options for, recognizing any additional non-statutory duties that are brought to this board's attention for any one of us. John, I appreciated your comments. I would say for me that the issue is really about where it's set, where the salary is set, and not so much kind of how much any one person is willing or able to not accept for me. But I appreciate where you're going, but that's where I'm at. So that's it.
Trustee Brandt.
My feelings have not changed as what I expressed at the last meeting and what I expressed to the Compensation Commission. I was personally invested in the decision by the prior board to double the supervisor's salary. I was personally invested in that action. I thought it was wrong enough that it was my civic duty to do something about that. And I had already applied for the Compensation Commission. I spent my own money to stop an action that I thought was illegal. I come with the same exact point of view to not keep my ideas about fairness for the position, for what I expressed for the prior supervisor to this supervisor. I wouldn't feel right by changing it. John, I just want to say that using percentage increases for other positions, it does not recognize the other established facts of the salary determination for the past 4 years. So it is not reasonable to say that this position got X amount, this position got X amount. Those items were discussed at length in the prior Compensation Commission. So you can't throw away the facts of how those determinations were made based on the circumstances and say that it should be comparable. I don't anyway, I did pull up my information from when I was on the Compensation Commission, and I had a document from Michigan Townships Association. And it talks about board member compensation for additional non-statutory duties. Michigan law allows township boards to assign additional non-statutory duties to elected officials and to authorize payment for those services as the board deems reasonable. MCL 41.96. There's a recommendation here before an official can be compensated for performing these duties. The board must review the additional duties of the official. And MTA attorneys strongly suggest that any additional duties be taken by the board be explicitly authorized by board action only after the board has determined that no incompatibility of office exists. There is something the board can do if we assign additional duties. I've stated I've stated my reasons for taking the position I did.
Trustee Reed?
I'm just thinking back on history. My first experience with supervisor was Spalding Clark, and his salary, I think, at the time, when we had a manager, was, I think, 35,000. And when the manager contract expired, we didn't renew it, and he took over the manager's position, and I think he took over the manager's salary as well. So he was doing both jobs. As was, I believe, Jack Knowles was part-time. His salary was, I think, 40, 38, 30, 40.
30 something, I don't know.
36.
36. And he was part-time supervisor as well. Hathaway was a part-time supervisor, although raised the salary to 70 when he became manager supervisor. Took it back down when we got a manager. So, and I still believe that the supervisor is a part-time job. And I like John's idea. I know, but you're saying we can't do it.
That's not my call. No, I was saying that's totally up to
Given
Julie.
what's
That's
happening,
not my call.
I'd say, given what's happening in Washington, we can do whatever we damn well please. But
Apparently we are.
I like the idea of, in fact, I asked one of the compensation, it happens to be my neighbor, member of the compensation commission, and I think Jean was trying to advocate for a more middle of the road salary, as Joe was suggesting. I think her idea was 60,000. And I think that would be
Actually, she said 77,000
okay, well.
at the meeting, at the compensation commission meeting.
When I was talking with her, I thought she said 60, but
She did.
I think that's not.
She did.
I think that would be a very good solution, but they've come to us with meaning, and I can't accept that. I'm sorry. I could accept 60, but I can't accept 82.
I have a motion. I move to amend the current resolution and that the Scio Township Board accept Supervisor Carey's declaration not to accept any salary in excess of $53,656.98 for fiscal year 2025-26 and 2026-27. And the township finance team is directed to adjust payroll accordingly. I further move that the role of the supervisor shall be deemed to be a full-time position. And where that 53,656 came from, it's the 18%, which is the lowest of the last three raises. The last three raises were 33%, 38%, and 18%. So 18% is the lowest of what we gave the non-supervisors 2 years ago, and it adds a 3.1% cost of living like other board members got. So it's a 21.1% over 2 years. That there's a proviso. One, she's got to declare that she'll do it, and she might not. I'm springing this on her.
Isn't there already a motion on the table?
Yeah, that's why I'm doing an amendment that might fail for lack of a second, but I'm gonna try to amend
I'm
it.
not sure that that is an amendment.
Well,
Alright.
can we talk?
I'm winging it here.
Can we
Not
talk
gonna,
about the
not gonna
idea?
push back on that.
Can we talk about the idea, though? I have a question. So two things. I believe there is some specific statutory guidance, and I don't know what it is off the top of my head regarding any official reducing their salary, which is not even exactly what you said, John. You're talking about foregoing, which I don't even know if that's a thing,
A
but let's.
declaration not to accept any salary in excess of a certain
You can't,
amount.
so I do know it's not legal for us to not accept our salaries, number one. You can't refuse your salary. You can give it back, you can give back part of it, or you can declare that the duties have decreased and therefore reducing salary. It's something along those lines. So I think that if I'm understanding the possibility here of what you're saying, you're requesting you're asking if the supervisor would be willing to do.
Either declare not to accept any salary or commit to giving it back.
It'd have to be the
Whatever the
latter.
term, whatever the legal, the proper nomenclature is. I'm thinking bigger picture, how do we compensate the supervisor more, which the supervisor deserves? I believe that. And the compensation commission, who knows more about this than I do, thought this position of the supervisor deserves. So I'm trying to structure something that's lawful and that the parties can live with. And that the supervisor would have to agree.
I think that's one way to look at it. I think another thing too is there's always the possibility that the board can authorize more or enumerated duties that are outside of the statutory duties through separate action at a future date. And I do know that that is lawful.
So it'd be like $100 for talking to priority waste, and it's $200 for going to LASA, and then we'll give her the supervisor position. I mean, so.
If that's your proposal.
No, it's not my proposal, but I'm thinking how that would be effectuated.
I think the way places do it is when they have an official who's legitimately taking on non-statutory work, they enumerate it.
Well, don't we all agree that the supervisor is doing that now?
I don't know that I agree.
You know what I do? I mean, you're basing, you know what? Everybody has had a conversation. I'm gonna stop you, John. Okay, I'm sorry.
No, I don't want
Thank you for bringing forward a negotiation, but I'm not going to agree to that because the board in 2021 had approved a compensation commission so that the compensation commission could make determinations and educate themselves and make a determination on the salaries for this whole board. And so by saying, no, I'm not going to follow their guidance, I am actually going against what the board has put in place for residents to serve and to set our salaries. We took that away from ourselves by hiring or appointing and the board voting on all of those members. Okay, so I appreciate what you're saying. All right, another thing is, a lot of what I hear based on the past, it's based on the past. This is what they used to do. This is what happened in the past. Really, Scio hasn't grown. It has, and it's gonna continue to grow. We have more developments going in. We have more population going in. And then I have more phone calls because I'm the supervisor. So who do they reach out to? They do call the front desk, but a lot of times they want to speak with me. When it comes to the elections, they want to speak to the clerk. Taxes, definitely the treasurer. The other thing is that you all accepted your own increases and every single time. Okay. The treasurer and clerk, yes, they have more responsibility. They also each have deputies that make 65 and 72,000 respectively. You have a whole slew of election inspectors to help you with the election. You also have a finance department to help you with your accounting. The same with you. In fact, we even approved, is it now $50,000 for PM Gap to help you with your treasury something or other? Because it wasn't at 25,000 the first time, and then now we just approved another 25.
No, I think
There's something in there.
25 or
25.
24.
Okay,
Yeah,
but anyways, but you have your staff to help you. Okay, well, the supervisor here, I gave a list of my statutory duties, my duties in ordinance, the duties in policies. And then how many meetings? Last week I had 14 hours of meetings, so then I have to cram in 6 hours, and it is 20 hours is part-time. MSU has that 20 hours part-time, 3/4 hours are 30 hours, and full-time is 40. So for me to be 20 hours and fit all of this in, and then didn't we just schedule another meeting for, what was it, on the 31st? So now do I have to check my schedule and say, no, sorry, I can't be there? So that means the supervisor has to step back and allow the board to go ahead and make decisions without me because I am being put into 20 hours. Okay, well, that's how it seems.
Yeah.
Okay, let me keep going. You have all accepted your increases, not just this year, but going back in the past, based on faulty data. So you accepted your increases based on the compensation commission's determinations with the data that they were provided. But when it comes to the supervisor, that data is faulty. Okay. Expectations for salary when we ran. You know, I really didn't think about the salary at the time. I was thinking about serving the community again, because I have been involved as a resident. In fact, I said this before, many of you are involved in this township because of me. Not only that, I'm a public servant. I have been from day one, and it was by accident that I got involved in this township. Never in my life had I didn't even watch the news because I hated politics so much. But when I got involved in this township, it wasn't about the politics. It was about serving this community because I live here. And so do we all. We're neighbors. Yeah, a fiduciary responsibility. I totally get that. And I am sorry about these legal fees. I am sorry the township has put me in this position. But if you're voting, and I don't know, because I don't know what you're talking about behind closed doors, but if you're voting because, oh, here, she doesn't deserve that because the township is paying all these legal fees for her. You have an ordinance that states you shall. So that has nothing to do, because if another supervisor, a person ran for not mine, but this supervisor role, those legal defense fees wouldn't have anything to do with that role. Okay, also, opening up to who would run for this growing community for supervisor. Who did we have in the past? It was always wealthy people. And is not to say there's anything wrong with that, but they either have to be retired or they have inherited a huge amount from daddy and mommy or whatever to take on this role and to put in the hours that is. And I just find it really interesting that, you know, have you ever wanted to go on vacation somewhere, let's say India, and you're like, oh, that looks really great, India. And you read a book on India and you're like, yep, I know all about India. I don't have to go in there anymore. It's the same thing. You are talking about something that you haven't done. You are speculating and giving opinions. Once you get in here, and the same with the trustee role, because that when I was that's much different than being on that side and saying, you know what? This is how it's supposed to be. I don't know, but I'm going to tell you how it's supposed to be until you get into that role. And you were all chirping for your dinner in that compensation commission, the three of you. We were invited to come in and to provide. I did not give Charter Township. The only thing I did was I provided those 3 charter townships based on the size of our community, not because I'm saying that my role is a charter township supervisor role. I definitely know the difference because I presented that to Supervisor Hathaway when he put in there, when he mixed the superintendent of a charter township and made it his job description. And I went through line by line and I had read, I said, this is not statutory, this is. And somebody said something about feelings. My feelings haven't changed. This isn't about feelings, or is it? Feelings about me as a person. Because, you know, frankly, I have not been treated very well. In fact, there's something recorded at the last meeting that called me a really nasty name. Doubling of the salary. Yeah, I was against the doubling of the salary. And what he did, Supervisor Hathaway at the time, the way he did it was not proper. This is totally different. This is the compensation commission that we appointed and we approved, and they made this determination. And if we say that it was based on faulty data, who gave them that faulty data? Because Romberg Stover certainly did not provide information that was consistent through. I mean, when they gave Southfield Township, and then I called the Southfield Township supervisor, and it's 31 residents with 1.7 miles, and that's unincorporated. No wonder it's part-time. And you will be hard pressed to find a general law township of our size that has one official, sorry, I don't want to be, I know we're all officer or officials, that the supervisor is part-time and the clerk and the treasurer are full-time. You're not going to find it. So I suggest that if you're going to reject the Compensation Commission's determination for the supervisor, that you reject yours as well. I'm finished. For now.
Couple comments. I just wanna, say, again, my position has been consistent since 2020, and this is not about personalities. I would be hard pressed for anybody to find, a full-time supervisor in a general law township where there's also a certified assessor, a director of operations, a project manager, an HR manager, and all of the professional staff we have. Further, in full-time supervisors in general law townships where there are not such positions, they are doing what? Non-statutory duties, things assigned to them by the board, such as HR, planning, maybe, managing utilities or some other function, whatever it is, right? We certainly have some additional duties that our supervisor is responsible for per our ordinance. The waste hauling, the DDA is a big one. I know there
That's
are some
statutory.
others. Okay, thank you. That's statutory.
LASA is by ordinance, isn't it?
No, LASA is just the board happened to appoint the treasurer, supervisor, and clerk. It was the bylaws of LASA that preferenced the supervisor and clerk and one trustee. Our prior supervisor pointed out that that wasn't required. I'll also say, I'm not going to, go through what the compensation commission did or didn't do. I thank them. But I will go back to my prior comment that it's unfortunate that we even had a compensation commission gathering when 4 of the 7 officials were brand new in their job. So when I talk about data, I'm not talking about one data source. I'm not talking about Romberg's charts or anybody's one particular data. I'm talking about the whole of the information that they had. And I will just say that I want everybody to be compensated fairly, but it's about the position. And we have just invested a lot of time into designing a director of operations job, an HR manager. And I think that, if we authorize the salary such as this for the supervisor, it's just, there aren't enough duties to fill that time.
Well, that's not true.
So I'll also
Yeah.
say with the meetings and the number of meetings, a lot of that's being new, a lot of them are optional meetings, not required meetings. And so I think
That's the same for all of you then. That's the same for all of you.
But having a supervisor involved in meetings, I think is good for the township. It's good for governance. It's
Certainly for public meetings and all of that, yeah. Yeah, so I do disagree, Jillian, about, I think that there's, that the facilitator of the board, all of that is a major part of your job and one that I don't,
Facilitating board meetings.
yeah, exactly.
So could I get a second on my motion, or does it gonna die for lack of a second?
I'll second.
What was the motion?
Yeah, I'd like to request that this be written out before we go any further, because that was probably,
I have it written out, and I'll read it.
I don't know what it's.
I move that Scio Township Board accept Supervisor Carey's declaration not to accept any salary in excess of $53,656.98 for fiscal year 2025 and 26 and 2026/27. And the township finance team is directed to adjust payroll accordingly. I further move that the role of the supervisor shall be deemed to be a full-time position. That is my amendment to the resolution, if it has support. And that's a savings of almost $30,000 from what the recommendation is. And it's a compromise, and Jillian has to agree to do it, and if she might not. If she doesn't agree to it, and I certainly appreciate why she wouldn't, then it dies also. So it needs a second majority and her willingness
Wait a
to.
minute,
I have a question.
there's already a motion on the table, you're talking about amendment.
this is an amendment. We have Yapel and Brandt resolution as presented.
Right.
Riser,
Moving to amend.
moving to amend. Is there a second to what Riser just read?
Don't they have to, don't the motioners have to accept the friendly amendment?
Yeah, I just wonder if.
This isn't friendly.
I guess here's what I would do. I
No.
would remove my motion from the floor and allow his to be heard. I think that's the easier procedural thing to do.
So
I have a question, Mariah.
you guys, we need to get clear on procedurally where we're at right now.
Is it even lawful for us to direct Jillian not to accept a certain amount of her salary in the finance department to do certain things? That's highly irregular.
Yeah, I don't believe so.
Pardon?
I don't believe so.
You don't believe?
I don't believe that it is lawful.
Okay.
And I would just refresh our memories when Township Attorney Mike Homier was guiding former Supervisor Will Hathaway when he came voluntarily to the board with a resolution to reduce his salary and the accompanying responsibilities. That was a proper way to do it. It was in no
You
way,
say he, the former supervisor?
yes.
Oh, wait a minute.
And that was one, first of all, that was outside of the compensation commission.
Jillian would be
determination.
volunteering to do this.
Wait a minute.
Oh, no, this,
Wait,
If-
it's not even, just the compensation commission had a determination, and then the board. Well, no, the board, for three of the positions, because we lumped all the trustees together. We just, by not voting on it, accepted it. But then it takes 30 days for it to go into effect. So
None of them
really,
are in
we
effect.
don't have any of them.
none of
Is that
them are,
right?
none of them are in effect until 30 days from February 20th.
Right, so it's not, there's no lowering of salary because there is no salary. I mean, other than what we're getting right now.
I agree with Jillian. Wait,
It's about time.
just saying.
So Jillian, I'm trying to give.
I understand, and I just feel, in no matter, I would recuse myself to vote on my own salary.
Okay.
Now, the compensation commission is different because we all had to vote
Yeah.
by statute.
Yeah.
There had to be 2/3, but
We can't force you to take a smaller salary.
I don't have a smaller salary
There's
because
no-
I have a
there's no
$44,000
smaller salary.
We can't force you to take a smaller salary in the future where you to get this, the higher salary. I'm just trying to, I don't know, I guess it's.
So what you're actually saying is not for me to reduce my salary because because it's 44,000 right now.
yes,
But what you're saying is to
reduce your future
increase,
salary.
increase the salary that would go into effect. And then that would be until the compensation commission meets again?
I'm saying we can't touch the, figure of, 82,500, right? We can't touch that number. Only you can.
No, because it's not in, we have the 30 days, so it's not in, what's the word?
That is the number that he's talking about, though. He's talking about the determination of the compensation commission, adjusting from that number.
That's sacrosanct. We
That's
can't
what he's
touch that. It's
That's
all
what
or
he's
nothing,
talking
binary. You get nothing or you
Related-
get it all.
Related to this resolution.
I would just say too, procedurally, this would. I understand what you're saying, John. It's just, this is such a tricky thing to work in. I mean, these are two separate actions.
You can vote on John's and
I don't have.
then you don't have to keep talking about it.
I call a question on my cockamamie motion.
Second, is there a second to Riser's motion?
Can't read
I
it.
second it.
You did?
Does the first motion need to be removed?
Ryan.
Brian?
I removed it from the floor.
Okay.
Okay, so Ryan and Brant, do you concur removing the resolution from the floor?
Yes.
This is all provided that Jillian agrees to take lesser than the 82.5.
She's never agreed to that,
This
and
is-
No.
Mariah's saying it's
I didn't-
not lawful.
Because it's not in effect. It was the determination of.
It
the-
will be.
So you can all vote no on.
Yeah,
I
that's.
understand.
move forward, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Call the question.
Oh, well. I want to recuse myself from that,
Then do you want to state the reason why on the record and then?
because I'm not going to vote on my own salary. That's why we had a compensation commission, and this is based on my salary.
Just
So
vote no.
Okay.
no, I'm
So-
going to recuse myself.
But you
So-
can't.
So,
Well,
so now,
then you all vote to recuse me then,
so is there
or not.
a motion?
I'd make the motion to allow the supervisor to recuse herself for the reasons she placed on the record.
You know, I don't support it in this instance because the law and the practice has been very clear that we vote on position salaries.
I'm not supporting it either.
Is there a second?
Hearing none.
There's no second. Jillian?
Okay, so then it just,
So this is the motion on the table.
oh, wait a minute, yeah, because you just voted to. Okay, so I have to,
We didn't give you an out on recusal.
yeah, thanks. Okay, motion by Riser, support by Reed. I move. Can I read it out loud? Sure. I move. An attorney or a doctor wrote this, terrible handwriting. I move that the Scio Township Board accept Supervisor Carey's declaration not to accept any salary in excess of $53,656.98 for FY 2025-26 and 2026-27.
And the finance team.
And the township finance team is directed to adjust payroll accordingly. I further move that the role of supervisor shall be deemed to be a full-time position. Okay,
And my comment is just that I'll be voting no, because I think this is treacherous and maybe not legal, and I would never give the township finance team direction unless I had a written legal opinion saying this was kosher.
Oh, so roll call vote, please.
Okay. Brant,
No.
Reed,
Yes.
Noel,
No.
Riser,
Yes.
Harry,
No.
Yeaple,
No.
Flintoff, no. Motion fails 2-5.
Trustee Riser, I appreciate your effort.
I would have supported that if people uncertain whether it's legal.
We can work that detail out later. We got good lawyers.
So I would like,
Uncertain.
here's this resolution rejecting, I have, an amendment. Offer an amendment.
It's not on the table yet. The resolution.
sorry.
I can place it back on the table.
Oh, yes, right.
It's like-
Resolution by Yeaple, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Brandt.
The amendment I would like to move forward with this is, whereas the Scio Township Compensation Commission determined that the salary for the Scio Township Board of Trustees effective April 1st, 2025, and whereas the Compensation Commission determination was filed with the Township Clerk on February 20th, 2025. And whereas MCL 41.95 and Section 220 of the Scio Township Code provide that the determination shall take effect 30 days following. Okay, by filing the determination with the Township Clerk, unless the Township Board rejects the determination by resolution adopted 2/3 of the members elected to and serving on the board. And whereas the Scio Township Board of Trustees wishes to reject the determination. So what I would like to see is that if this is to reject the determination of the Compensation Commission for the supervisor, that this is to reject the compensation or the determination of the Compensation Commission for all Scio Township Board of Trustees.
So all four offices,
The trustee,
clerk,
clerk,
treasurer.
and treasurer and supervisor. And you have a good point. They'll meet in 2 years.
Support by Rising.
Roll call, please. Oh,
Discussion.
is there discussion?
We got-
Sorry.
Discussion.
We gotta talk about it.
I wouldn't support this. I do think the data was different. I think the data was different for the reason I've said now 3 times. We have 4 people who are new in the job. I think this is a situation where there is a different, I think the determination by the Compensation Commission of the supervisor salary is wrong. And that's the one that I think is wrong. Again, if it were closer, if it weren't, so wildly different, I certainly would have supported it. That's all. I think it's different, and I don't think there's any logic that says that all 4 should be treated similarly. We requested that they return separate determinations. This isn't,
Well, the logic would be, I'm sorry, I'll wait, my apologies.
yeah, I just want to say that the data that they had on each of the 4 positions was different. It's the whole of it, about what they knew, about what they could have known, about certain positions, about what it takes, and certainly, when you look at the outliers, this is the outlier in the change, and I think the lack of justification for it.
I wanted to point out too, that with the Compensation Commission, they gave a 5% increase for trustees, 6.1% for treasurer and clerk. Employees got a 3.1 cost of living increase for here at the township. Those who've been here the prescribed period of time. And the compensation commission recommended an 86% increase for the supervisor, much higher than any of the others. So I'm not.
And it is just the statute that it is all or nothing. You know, certainly there can be many years when salaries don't move at all.
And we've had that,
And we've had that happen. We've had that happen.
especially for the supervisor.
So well, actually, that's not what the data shows, but anyways, that's all.
Anyone else? Roll call vote, please.
Brant?
So I just want to be clear, we're voting on the amendment itself.
Yes.
To incorporate all seven.
The vote is to incorporate all 4 positions and to reject all 4 position determinations.
No.
Reed? Noel?
No.
Riser?
No.
Carrie?
Yes.
Carrie? Okay. Yeaple?
Yes.
Flintoff? No. Motion fails 2-5.
That's actually what I brought up at the start of this whole process,
Yeah.
was rejecting all of them.
Mm-hmm.
So
Thank you.
I'm consistent with it. I would still do that. For all the people.
And you just did, you just did vote.
Yeah, just
Yep.
putting it out there.
So the resolution by Yeaple and support by Brandt is on the table.
Call a question?
Support, I'm sorry, or you just want to call it? He did. Okay, is this a motion to call the question or a motion
Could we
to
please
vote
vote?
on the resolution?
We're asking to call.
Got it.
I think the horse is dead by now. Roll call, please.
Yep. Brandt? This is on the proposed resolution by Yeaple, support by Brandt to reject the Compensation Commission 2025 supervisor salary determination.
My position has not changed since August 21st, 2021. To reject, my answer is yes.
Reed?
Yes.
Noel?
Yes.
Riser?
No.
Terry?
No.
Yeaple?
Yes.
Flintoff? Yes. Motion is 5-2.
Enjoy your raises. Okay, public comment?
Hi, Sam.
How's everybody? Tired, right?
Weary.
Yeah. My question, prior to ACE was listed here as number L3. I didn't hear anything mentioned about L3. Closed session. Can you share what that was about?
We discussed priority waste and we came out and we are not discussing it tonight.
We got legal advice from our attorney. So I wouldn't feel comfortable sharing legal advice in a public forum. I'll say for me, to the extent that there's anything to be discussed publicly, that'll happen when that happens.
Okay, so nothing cooking with priority. Now, let me ask you this. We had an extension opportunity that I'd sent to Supervisor Carey a month ago, let's say.
I responded.
Didn't respond to me.
Yeah.
No. I didn't get a
I
response.
did because you emailed again today and I was looking at the email thread and I did respond. In fact, I sent it over to,
Responded today?
no, when you originally sent it, I think a couple days later, because I was,
I never seen anything. What was your response?
I said, thank you for, well, I guess I'd have to look at it.
Or
Whatever it was, but I forwarded over to Attorney Fink.
okay. I don't recall seeing anything.
That's true, yeah.
You don't have to.
So,
Be in touch.
okay, you'll let me know. Okay, I was just gonna say, because I'd left a message in an email today about the status.
I was in board of review all day.
Okay. Okay, you said you responded, because I'll look and see if I got something in my deleted email, because I don't recall seeing anything. Okay,
Good, thank you.
thank you. Good night.
Thank you, Sam.
Could you have told Sam that 4.5 hours ago? Actually, that's a serious question. You sat here for 4.5 hours to find out. You could have told him that you're not gonna tell him anything out of closed session.
All right, thank you. Good night.
No.
Rob Pattinson, Scio Township resident, Clerk Flintoff. I am certain you were not speaking to me when you said that residents are conflating information, facts, and are misinformed. As the person who attends all meetings, records them and posts them, I know you're not telling me that I'm misinformed and conflating information. I'm certain of that, so we're good. Give me a moment. Don't bother with the timer.
Oh, you're done.
So on the budget PowerPoint is not in the agenda packet. Is that gonna be included in the minutes?
No, I thought I uploaded it a day or two ago, so if I didn't.
It's not in the packet that's
Then that,
printed here on the
then
table. I don't have it.
that must have been my mistake, so I apologize and I'll add it because I thought I was.
I just printed that packet yesterday.
No, it's not really.
It has, moving to
You sent it to me.
It was submitted on Monday.
Yeah,
So.
I'll update that.
In that PowerPoint, we were talking in the budget meeting about, we went from about $2.4 million deficit to about 800,000. Did it ever get past 800,000? Is that still the deficit range?
Just because of the HVAC system.
Ryan, you might have, excuse
So
me, treasury, but you might have that.
I get it.
Yeah, it's in our packet.
Well, we still have a deficit, is the whole point.
We have a deficit that's about 1/3 of what we started with.
Yeah.
So I think, and the deficit we've recorded on the record for our fund balance, section 5, about how our fund balance policy permits that for 2 specified reasons. So sorry to respond. I just want to be clear that we're in compliance with the law and our policy.
And I appreciate that. We could have put the parks item at the beginning of the agenda. Murphy was here until about 10:30. I don't think that was an efficient use of her time. And as I've said dozens of times to this board, when we have department heads here with items on the agenda, it sure makes sense to put them at the beginning so they can go home at a reasonable time.
She wasn't asked to be here, so you're aware. We did.
Well, but she had information you needed.
Oh, okay,
Because
that items. Yeah.
Is she gonna get flex time? Yeah.
I
That's
didn't
good,
even
Christie.
begin to think about it at 12:45,
Right.
but.
Boy, I have our liaison.
Oh, there was an email that went out. But anyways, excuse us.
No. So this is a bit fractured because I didn't have time to write it and prepare it. But one thing that I found fascinating about the last hour's discussion is that the only thing that happened is that you rejected the Compensation Commission's determination, excuse me. But not one of you who believe it was wrong provided any data to support your position. All you did was say the Compensation Commission is wrong. You didn't identify other townships with similar pay structures. You didn't come in with data that would support your position. You merely said they were wrong. I think that's a fascinating turn. You asked the Compensation Commission to become inform themselves, make a determination, and then you rejected it with no data to support your rejection. Trustee Noel, you said fiduciary responsibility. And I had to laugh out loud because considering fiduciary responsibility, when you just approved a budget that is going to pay for a HVAC system that is potentially $1.4 million over the expected estimated cost. Last year, it was $390,000. Now it's gonna be 1.6, 1.8 million. And none of you are batting an eyelash at that. That is fiduciary responsibility right there. And lack of. So let me go to my prepared comments. Please bear with me. I wrote these 7-8 hours ago, and it's fascinating that a lot of this no longer applies because of your discussion here tonight. This was a bit of a disaster. I highly recommend you amend the agenda to put closing public comments before the 2 closed session items. I was assuming that that would be the end of your meeting. Thank you for the thoughtful discussions at the Rules of Order meeting. Moving back to a kinder, gentler board that is interested in interacting with residents will go a long way towards healing some of the damage done in the last 4 years. My interaction with Trustee Brandt earlier counters that a little bit. In the last 3 months, you've had 2 working sessions. I believe both of them were very successful and hope you will continue to use them to get specific work done. We've been without a dedicated finance director now for nearly 4 years. I thought that would be a very high priority for the new term. Do we have news on what progress has been made on that, filling that job?
I have a draft job description from Romberg and I'm reviewing it with Aurora. Hope to have it to the board soon.
Okay, so it's not posted yet. We're not fielding any applications.
No, because we never had a very good job description for the whole.
And it changed with Director of Operations, so that makes sense.
No, we just never had a good job description, quite honestly.
Oh, no, yeah, right. And that's 2 different jobs. And that goes to the next one is the Director of Operations search. Has that search begun? Do we have that?
Deadline is next Monday.
Yeah.
For what?
Director of Operations.
For applications to be in?
Yes.
Okay, good. Is there any news on the investigation into the message slipped under the clerk's door?
As I said before, I expect to have an update. I would hope maybe as soon as the next meeting, but making great progress.
All right. Thank you to Judy Monk. She had a very calm, thoughtful line in her service. And I sincerely appreciate the service that she did for this board. Judy Monk made it clear in her letter to residents in the agenda packet that she resigned because of the continuing and worsening dysfunction of this board. So now we've lost the significant skills Judy brought to the board table, and we've lost the IT director. Does any of this raise alarm bells for this board of trustees? Do any of you take responsibility for adding to the dysfunction of this board? Are any of you interested in solving it? Those questions are directed to each of you individually. You don't have to answer them now, but I would appreciate some thought and a response from all of you on that. Speaking of breaking a team, there is no more effective way to break a team and fuel resentment than to tell employees that there are one set of rules for them and a separate set of rules for the executives, and you are the executives. Telling employees that they have to wait a year for a raise while the board votes for raises for themselves after 3 months is, as Treasurer Yable said, poor leadership. And worse yet, tells employees that you all don't think they're as important as you. Counting just the raises for the clerk, treasurer, and trustees, you have given yourself $11,500 in raises. Yet just 2 weeks ago, you told the 7 new employees that they don't deserve $13,000 in raises until they've been here for a year. Please explain to those employees and residents how that is both fair and good leadership. Please explain why one set of rules applies to employees and another set to the board. To fix this mess is easy. Just make a policy that everyone, all caps, everyone gets their raises April 1st, period. Trustee Brandt, I applaud you on the job you've taken on trying to establish a balanced budget. However, there are some aspects of your approach I think you have wrong. In the budget working session, you were nickel and diming the budget in order to make it balanced and ignored the huge issue, the HVAC system, the huge issue of the HVAC system cost skyrocketing. I suggest that in order to balance the budget, you have to go back to square one on the HVAC system. Trying to remove $45,000 for Saturday utilities work and $40,000 for a pool vehicle will not come close to paying for what could be 1.6 or $1.8 million for the HVAC system. Last year, that system was gonna cost the township about $390,000, the grants. Now the quotes have come in more than double the estimate, and the federal grants for that system are uncertain. In no organization I've ever heard of, do they not bat an eyelash at the difference in cost for a system going from 390,000 to 1.8 million. The township just spent $20,000 on repairing the furnace. That buys you some time to go back to the drawing board and come up with a better option than spending 1.8 to 1.6 million on the HVAC system. At 390,000, we could afford to go with a fancy geothermal system. At 1.8 million, I believe that is way beyond affordable and requires you to find a better solution. Pam Boyd just wrote to this board, reminding you that most of you screamed a bloody murder at the appointment of Brazeau and called for a special election. I too was one of those people. I think there has been an astounding amount of hypocrisy on this board and hope that you will all use this mess of the last 3 months to reflect and reestablish yourselves as the people of honor and integrity we elected. Put the just vacated position up for election as you demanded of the previous board. When David Reed runs for that seat, I will be one of the votes for him. Again, that was hours ago. I used to keep track of Mike Homier's bills for the township and make the board and residents aware of how much that we were paying him. It looks like I will now do that for dirty tricks. Tonight was dirty trick number 4 of the new era. I am not looking forward to being that person who is going to come before you each meeting and every time there's a new dirty trick and highlighting it and itemizing it for you the way I did for Mike Homier's bills. I did have a question of, so now that you've rejected the supervisor's raises, are you going to give up your own raises? The only person who's going to do that is Ryan Yapel. Ryan Yapel, and you said that last time, and Kathleen Brandt. I would suggest to all of you that for the past hour and a half, the dysfunction this represents, the damage you have done, I suggest that all of you give up the raises, and that might be one tiny move towards healing some of the damage you've done. But this board has done significant damage tonight, just with more dysfunction. You can't keep doing this. I voted for every single one of you. I took a lot of pride in all of the work, just like Jonathan Greenberg said, I took a lot of pride in all the work I did to help you. And I think this has helped too, trying to shine a light for you on what you're doing. This isn't working. Thanks for the extra time.
Pat, would you like? No,
I said everything I had to say earlier. Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Zoom, next up on Zoom, please raise your hand if you'd like to speak. First up is Pam Boyd.
Thank you, Pam Boyd. The dislike of all things Jillian is fascinating. And no, none of you on this board will change. I don't expect that. But I do find the discussion of the supervisor salary was interesting. Where in the rules for the Compensation Commission does it say, oh, there are new members on the board, so you have to treat them differently? Do you realize that some of you are trying to go back and renegotiate how the Compensation Commission works? Do you realize how ludicrous and stupid you guys are sounding? You've lost my respect. Good evening.
thank you, Pam.
Thank you, Pam. Any other interested public, please raise your Zoom hand. Paula's iPhone. Hi, Paula. Paula Wilberson. Hi, Paula.
Yeah, long night. My dog had surgery, so I guess I have a good excuse not to sit in that terrible chair. This is about many hands. And I would like them, they were denied by the PC. I followed that all along. adhere to our Scio Township's on-site sewer system rules for setbacks. And they haven't wanted to deviate from that. And I think that's a huge issue, and for me anyway. That's all I have to say. Have a good night.
Thank you, Paula. Any other interested public, please raise your Zoom hand. All right, seeing none. Jillian, can I just make one comment?
Yeah, and then I have comment.
Okay, I just want to state so everybody's clear on the HVAC, and these are rough numbers, but we've had engineer, multiple teams working on this. 1.6 million-ish is the cost of replacing our HVAC. We've also had a study that says our HVAC has to be replaced. So I just want the public to know it's a necessary repair. If we know how to do it better or cheaper, I trust we have Christy Aiken, we have Brandon McNeil, we have Chris Chang, we have Jan Culbertson, and we have two engineers who have looked at this. So I trust that the six of you are gonna come back with a more efficient or cheaper option, but I am trusting the professional opinion, and no professional opinion has told us we can do this for less than 1.6 million-ish, round numbers here. So I just think that we need to stay in reality land about, like, we're not going to be able to defer doing something about our HVAC for years. And it's not gonna be a lot cheaper. And we have to take care of our township hall, which is why we just unanimously adopted a budget that dips into our fund balance for this project.
Okay, yeah, regarding the HVAC system, we did not get all options because there are other options other than geothermal. And it came back with the geothermal, and then the same company said, oh, if you go with the regular, it's 1.3 million. Well, they gave us a quote, but we didn't go out for bids for those other options. So just to be clear on
No,
that.
but
the other
this
thing
a
is,
chance to ask Christy to do something different or do something more on it. If we have ideas.
yeah, go out for bid and there's other options. But we don't know. We only have the 5 options that came back. And then it was, oh, well, wait a minute, this is way too expensive. And then Boone and Dar said, oh, but another one that's not geothermal is 1.3 million. And then we said, oh, that's the quote. We don't know. Okay, other than that, so for those board members who are voluntarily reducing their salary, please bring a motion or a resolution to the next board meeting. And if that's really your word, then we'll place it on the agenda.
And I'll just note procedurally, that's not what either one of them said they were gonna do. That's not what I heard. If they want to do that, that's their
Well, I'm
prerogative.
asking.
What I heard each of them say at the prior meeting and at this meeting is that each of them was going to donate back a certain amount of money. But it's up to each of those members. If they also want to state that their duties have been reduced and reduce the salary in the way that prior supervisor Hathaway did, they can also do that. But I think those are the 2 options.
I'd like to see words to action. Okay, a motion to adjourn,
So moved.
support? Did you hear that? That was Riser.
Riser and Reed.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye. You're in 11:50.
Welcome, David. Nice to have you on board. Picked a good one. Walking with the fracas.